Meow. Hope you all are doing well on this fine Wednesday. We are continuing Mono Red, Radical Red Mono Water. We're gonna beat Brendan. We're gonna do Safari Zone. We're going to get our rematches done. Then we can fight Koga. I feel pretty good about the content tonight as far as the battles up ahead. Surge is definitely going to be difficult because, you know, electric dunks on water. But I think with the sheer amount of options I have, it's going to be less bad. We'll also probably do a crime coverage video. This time it's more white-collar crime, i.e. Alex Jones's business more or less being liquidated to pay for the settlement that came out of him making all those terrible lies and misinformation about the Sandy Hook shooting, and he's gonna have to pay, and we love that. So I'm glad that he's being held accountable for basically being a misinformation spreader and an absolute POS, calling the victims crisis actors, etc. We'll also fit in some Meownwell content as is tradition. So for Brendan, we're gonna lead with Rabid Quail. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna squeeze in a few Meownwell videos before we take on Pokemon. Thank you for being a first-time chatter. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you've been having a good week so far. We're gonna use a Greninja for Metagross, probably a Flyer for Metacham. Samila, thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been having a good week. Enjoy the lurk. Crawdaunt, I wrote down what I wanted to do for each one of them realistically. Not sure I'm doing for Crawdaunt yet. I think I do have a fighter I can use for Exploud. Gardevoir is either gonna be Steel or Ghost, and then Ice something for Sceptile. So to make good on my word, gonna get a few Meownwell videos in right off the jump. That way if people have limited time, they at least get to see that, you know? So I'm more or less pulling the videos from that I've been able to get from the Meownwell Discord because there's only so much Meownwell content in the world. This one is from presumably a zoo in Russia since the spoken language is Russian and it's Cyrillic, the words. For some reason, they always take a few seconds to buffer, so I'm gonna let it loop through at least once. Three little fluffy boys just chilling. That woman is so lucky being able to pet them like that because they are wild animals. All right, they're very good Meownwell. I'm a big fan of the Meownwell. I'm grateful that Taro one day was like, oh, by the way, did you know that the Meownwell mech is named after a cat? It's really good stuff. Let's see. We're gonna go with this one of Rare Wild Meownwell. I have to figure out where he is because I don't remember. Ah, there he is. You'll see him in the middle right here. Really good camouflage. A lot of the wild footage is coming from trail cams that get posted in like ground blinds and such. An example I remember was National Geographic India. They set up a camera in a ground blind and it took over 20 days to get like 30 seconds of footage. Oh, right here. They barely, yeah, exactly. They barely show themselves. You can see him moving in the middle. I'll zoom in even more. Oh, if that's a joke, I'm sorry that I didn't get it. I'll see one if I can find one that has an even more distinct mono. They're ambush predators, so they are very good at blending in. It's pretty much what they have to do if they want to survive. Let's see if we can find one that's a bit longer so you can actually see it. A lot of these are going to be from zoos in Russia, zoos in Japan. We've been getting some recent videos out of a zoo in Tibet, which, you know, they don't recognize it as Tibet, so they call it China, which that's definitely hit or miss for me. Let's see. These are from the zoo in Tibet. It's two groups of two. I think it's Fang, Yu, Hex, and Lottie. One of them's a female, so they're probably gonna end up trying to breed them, possibly next year. I love that it's basically a tire swing, and the cat's just living his best life on top of it, you know? Very adorable. And I love that the stripes are throughout the whole body and the legs, rather than only being on the tail. This habitat enclosure only started to be a thing, I think, like 1 or 2 months ago. So I love that it's open, and I love that they get to play around with each other rather being than encased in like a shitty concrete cage type situation. They also have really distinct eyebrows, so they get really expressive. It's like the rock eyebrow, but not the meme. I think I have at least one more from the one in Tibet. I do, okay. It's gonna take a second to buffer. All right. Let me make it larger. They are not arboreal. They very much stay on the ground in the wild, but they love climbing on stuff when it comes to enclosures, logs, branches, stumps, etc. And I love when they do the little scratchy thing with their paws. It's super adorable. And yeah, he is just like us, for real. It must be nice to be a cat. Poor immune system aside, you know. But I already deal with that, so it's fine. The twitchy tail is also adorable. They use it to catch their prey, insofar as prey sees twitchy tail, doesn't know what it is, remains transfixed on it, and then they strike. And a lot of these ones seem to be from Dushui Mono, D-S-H-U-Y-U Mono. I also love that it got the brown little boots. Their feet aren't always brown. Sometimes it'll look like they have like white socks and slippers on. Other times like Dunzee, and at least one of these ones, their paws are very much like a brownish tan color. After this one, we'll get back to Pokemon. Rabid Quail, in case you're curious, I stream every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. Crime coverage, Pokemon, Pallas Cats. They're also very agile, despite looking like chonkers in the winter. This is their summer coat, and it makes them look kind of like a normal cat. If you didn't know about everything else with the model, you'd think these were just normal cats. All right, now we're gonna get some Pokemon. I gotta beat Brendan. He gates the Fuchsia Safari Zone. Then I have to do 3 rematches, Brock, Misty, Surge. That'll allow me to fight Koga. After Koga, we can get Surf, go to Cinnabon, Jasmine, May, then Blaine. Radical Red has a lot of quality of life, like being able to swap natures relatively easily, changing abilities, hidden abilities, maxing out their IVs, not needing to worry about EVs, seeing how they evolve on the fly, etc. Move relearning on the fly. The quality of life makes it hard to play any other Pokemon game, but it's also incredibly difficult, which is why these Google Docs exist, so you know what you need and what you're going to be up against. All right. Another example of it being difficult. In order to get to Koga in the first place, you also have to clear either the cycling road or the road that's ocean and like really sunny, and it's either sand and rain the whole way or it's ice and snow. Well, no, ice and fire, and almost all the teams are tailored around that. So things like Sandvale, Snow Cloak, Swift Swim, Sunny Day, Chlorophyll. It's a huge step up in difficulty compared to La-Di-Da. I'm just gonna skip one or two trainers and then get the Fuchsia, you know. All right, let's see. So I know what we need. Now I just gotta assemble it. This is my 8th monotype. I have 9 more after I beat this one. All right. It is wholly possible that the AI for Metagross reads that I have Dark Pulse with black glasses, and it just swaps out instead. I could go with Ghost, because Ghost dunks on Psychic, but then it probably just swaps out to Exploud and then it takes no damage. Alright, I think I wanted to keep Swanna. We don't need Pikachu. We don't need Ludicolo for this. I don't think we need Lantern for this. I think I need to change this. Yes. We'll probably start crime coverage after I do at least one of the rematches. Okay, what did I need? Let's see. So yeah, we're gonna use Magicka. Illuminate in this is an accuracy boost. So that means I don't have to worry about Hydro Pump missing nearly as much, which is really good. Okay, I also wanted Gazam, which is Gorbis. Dazzling blocks priority moves. Ghost Water is gonna be Basculegion. Adaptability is huge. It'll make things like Aqua Jet, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw hit really hard. We need the Greninja for our lead. We were using loaded dice because we want Water Shuriken to hit as much as it can. And then I think we go Empoleon because Flash Cannon will dunk on Gardevoir. And Nero was competitive, so there's a fight where the enemy has a bunch of Intimidate Mons. You basically get +4 special attack from competitive due to 2 Intimidate procs, so you more or less can sweep with that setup, which is hilarious. All right, so that's probably close to what we need. All right, not Black Sludge. Black Glasses, and we're gonna want to be Battle Bond, so we turn into Ash Greninja after killing one of their Mon. Okay, good. Swanna is no guard, so things like Hurricane, Blizzard, etc. always hit. Downside, it can always be hit, so you have to be mindful of that. Okay. I think I'm going to use that for the Sceptile because I'll be immune to Earthquake. The dual chop will hurt though, so I might end up going Citrus. Once I have Surf, I can go to Seafoam and get Paradoxmon like Iron Bundle, aka Water, Ice Delibird. We need to get Nero's level up. Another thing they have is you can set Mon to level cap, so it doesn't feel grindy. There's also a hard level cap, so you don't have to be like, oh my god, X Mon is too high level. As such, I can't use it, you know? It's very useful. Alright, let's see. This isn't a double battle, so I'm definitely getting rid of Make It Rain. For Flash Cannon, we keep Surf, we keep Protect. I think I'm gonna ditch Flip Turn for Ice Beam, most likely. I suspect, while Surge is gonna be easier due to the extra mana I have by now, it's still gonna be probably the hardest fight I do today, for obvious reasons. All right. I can go Gorbis for Metacham, Crawdon. I might want to go fighting just for the Exploud. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to ditch Gazam and I'm going to grab Coquable. Let's see. Actually, no. I'm going to go Surround because Bug dunks on Dark. So a Silver Powder First Impression, it's going to do major damage, which is what we want, of course. I think it also has Sucker Punch, which is useful, since the Mon is slow as balls. Okay. I think we're going to be okay. Oh, I need to put Pepe at 68. That would have been hella awkward if I didn't do that. All right. Save. I also like that the roaming, if you have a roaming Pokemon that has a, like an alternate form, much like Ash Greninja or a Mega, they stay in that form while you're roaming, so it looks really cool. We want to one-hit the Metagross so it doesn't Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock isn't as big of a deal as it was in Mono Fire, but it's free damage, and it's adaptive damage in the sense that if you come in with a Mon that is 4 times weak to Rock, you literally lose half your health on that Stealth Rock proc. Not ideal. Save again. Go team. I'm honestly expecting it to read the Dark Pulse and swap out. I'm stoked that it stayed in. It explodes. Please don't die. I'm gonna need to reset, and I'm gonna need to focus Sash because I need to make sure I don't die in one hit. That being said, the black glasses are an issue because I needed that damage. So that's why it stayed in, because it knew it wouldn't die. I was really thinking it would, but sadly, it just didn't do enough damage. That's very disappointing. All right, let's see. So I have to go focus Sash here, sadly. That's so disappointing. All right, let's see. So now that it knows I have Focus Sash, it probably swaps out instead. Yep. Yeah, so it gets Stealth Rocks. I'm not pleased. But, this will do a good bit of damage, just sadly not enough. We live on 1 thanks to Focus Sash. Metacham is gonna outspeed because Choice Scarf, so I'm gonna use Water Star It's not gonna do a lot of damage, but I can't come in again anyways because I would die to Stealth Rocks. So we're gonna sadly come in and take some damage. But priority. Actually, do I? Yeah, we go priority. I think it kills. It does, huge. Sadly, I can't do that again because it's only on the first turn. So I'm going to... I want to preserve this because I need it. So I think we go... We're going to go Gazam. Boom Burst. Lots of damage. I definitely needed to be holding a berry for normal. Okay, that's fine. Definitely not ideal. I have to stay in. I don't do enough. We're gonna go Nero. This is possibly looking like a reset. Not ideal. Not ideal in the slightest. Alright, we're just gonna stay in. I think I still outspeed. I do not. Not ideal. So, I need a better answer to Metagross. Normally, I would use a Firemon, but the only Fire Watermon in the whole game is what's-her-face? Volcanion. And you can only get it from a raid den after beating all the gym leaders. So knowing that, I am quite disappointed that this wasn't better. I'm gonna see if I can give one of my Mon taunt so I don't have to deal with, what's it called? Stealth Rock. I'm gonna do that then, yeah. Okay. We're gonna ditch. We're gonna ditch Ice Beam for now. I think that'll make a difference. I'll taunt on the first turn, and then I'll Dark Pulse. It might just instantly swap out since it sees I have the taunt. All right. No Stealth Rock. No Explosion, possibly. I think it might still explode, sadly, because it is an attack. We live at 1, that's fine. No Stealth Rock, that's huge. We're gonna swap into probably Gazam. This is random move because I'm below half HP. Not a bad one. Okay, nice. Okay, so we need to go into, we're gonna go into Nero. Not ideal, sadly. I need to hold a Wakanda berry for that, it looks like. I'm gonna go Swanna. I think I'm still faster. Oh yeah, we have to go Wakanda berries for this. I was really hoping I would be able to live and kill with the flash cannon. Sadly, it didn't work out, so we're gonna resolve that. Okay. Wakanda. It's also annoying too because Brendan will fight with you in a battle, but his team is garbage. Every single time you have to fight him, he has some like action replay BS. You'll see his final team right before you get into Victory Road. Okay. Now watch as I'm holding Thunderberries. It goes into a different mon instead, and I just die to a dark move. But that's okay. Taunt, Dark Pulse, live on 1. I don't know if I outspeed. Let me check. 145. I have nothing at outspeed, so this is gonna be a hard swap. And because I'm low on HP, it's random move. But I'm gonna choose to believe it's gonna be... I'm not sure yet. Let's go into Swanna. Hopefully it's Earthquake and I don't die because I'm immune. It goes Bolt Seed. Yeah, that is not ideal in the slightest. Okay, we're gonna go first impression. I wish I had done that from the beginning. Exploud. Boom Burst is gonna do real damage. Maybe Magica? Ugh, gross. Nice, we did not miss. It doesn't do enough damage, sadly. Oh, that is so gross. Okay. So yeah, now it read I have the Wakanda Berry, so it went Focus Blast instead, and of course it just so happened to land the 70%, you know? I think I have to let this die, sadly. Okay. Oh, it's not enough damage. Oh no. Oh, this is so not ideal. All right, so we got to go back to the drawing board. I haven't found a way to get past this yet. The 145 speed on that Sceptile is such an issue. All right. If I can get a clean swap here, I think it'll be better. We're gonna run it back. We gotta keep throwing ourselves at it until we get here. We're being gated by Brendan for Safari Zone. Okay, nice. We got the flinch. Great RNG. Of course, now I don't have Ice Beam, but I can U-turn at least. Oh, no. You hate to see it. Okay. We do get the clean swap. It is probably going to go first. Oh, nice. Nice. That's huge. Okay. I think I outspeed. I'm going to go Hurricane. Not enough, but we can go in with Gazam and we can Moonblast. Oh, it's not enough. That's very awkward. Nero. Oh, of course, it lands the 70%. You love to see it, truly. Okay, good. Nice. I think I do outspeed still, so we're gonna go Hydro Pump. We're gonna go First Impression. We gotta swap out. So Gazam has to eat this. First Impression. It definitely took a minute, but we got there. That Brendan fight was way harder than I thought it would be. I absolutely took for granted the fact that a Firemon one-hitting the Metagross makes that fight significantly easier. Alright, so now we're gonna look at the old Safari Zone and see what we have access to, because I do need more Mon. Alright, let's see what we have for water. Sadly, nothing that exciting yet. Okay, let's see what else we have. I already have a Delmise. I can already get a Huntail. I already have a Lantern. I already have a Kingdra. I already have Octillery. Okay. I already have a Dewpider. That's going to be a Araquanid. That's going to be huge in the Blaine fight. I could get a Melodic, but I'm going to need Surfing for that. Okay. And I already have a Vaporeon, so I don't need the Eevee. I already have a Seaking. I went out of my way to get a Lightning Rod Seaking, so I could swap in for free on Surge, and his swaps would do nothing. Alright, so realistically, there is nothing at the moment in Safari Zone. So all we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna grab the TMs, and then we're gonna start on the rematches. Brock rematch first. We're going to be going for a rain team. And I'm probably going to be using Ludicolo with Swift Swim to one-hit the Omastar, because Omastar is very scary. White Herb, weak armor. It's actually Power Herb. So it's charge, move, Meteor Beam, goes off in one move, turn, and it's terrifying. All right, go team. I also like that in Rad Red they made this into a normal zone, so you don't have to worry about like throwing rocks and bait and other shenanigans, you know? Also, there's no step limit, so you don't have to be like, oh my god, did I step one too many and get kicked out? It's nice. All right. Yoink. I already have all the Mega Stones because this is New Game Plus, so I was able to be like, Mega Code, Hacker Man's mine now. All right. Yoink. I legit believe that both Misty and Brock, while they may not be first try, are going to be relatively painless. Surge, on the other hand, it's going to be more painful by a good margin. Permanent electric terrain and a lot of electric mons and stealth rocks too. So I gotta make sure that never happens, or I gotta eat it and be fine, which that's probably not gonna happen. I can defog, but the only water mon that can defog, i.e. remove terrain and hazards, are water flying, so they're 4 times weak to electric, and we hate that. Yoink. Not like I can use it, but it's fine. Alright. I think I can teleport, I'm not sure. I can. Huge. Alright. So we give this guy the teeth. I'm gonna see if there's anything on the other side of this route, then we're gonna take on Brock. Alright, let's see. I do have Tauros Aqua Paldia. It's relatively fast, and it also has a high attack. It also has Intimidate, so that might be an option. The water fighting mon I really want is Keldeo, because to my knowledge it's the only water fighting mon that is special attack oriented. So that's absolutely coming into my E4 run. There's multiple really bulky steel mon in E4. Looking at you, Lance, with Primal Dialga, and having special attack is going to be nice. Though that special attack is going to hurt when I have to deal with Assault Vest Metal. Alright. Yeah, I think that'll be a good grab. Alright, so let's check the other area. Alright, let's see. I hope you all, lurkers, VOD friends, are having a great day whenever you're watching this. That none of your friends or loved ones are affected by the hurricane, and that you're enjoying the content. Alright, let's see. So, do we even have anything, realistically? We already have a Dracovish. We got that earlier. I'm gonna look at Arctovish, but I'm not certain it's something I want. Water Ice, Slush Rush. I sadly have no way to do Snow Warning, so I'd have to go Water Absorb, basically. And Ice is not a great typing in and of itself. Okay, so not that. What else do we have? I'm gonna look at Walrein. I know it can have fur coat, so he's very bulky, but he is also an ice typing. Alright. Yeah, I would very likely go fur coat Walrein. It's still gonna lose to rock fighting grass electric, but it's also really bulky. And if I really wanted to be a dick, I could go assault vest, so it would have high physical and high special defense. But I'm not sure if I want to do that, because assault vest means you can't use status moves like rest, protect, sleep talk, etc. Alright, so what would I do if I went that route instead? It's really slow, so if I have Ice Shard, that would be huge. But if I don't have Ice Shard, there's pretty much no way this thing's going to be able to go first, you know? No Ice Fang, no Ice Shard. So I very likely am never using Walrein. 65 base speed, lots of common weaknesses, and no priority move. That kind of ruins it for me. Okay, what else do we have? Possibly. We already have a Golduck, so I may end up utilizing that. Neuroforce is more damage for super effective moves. Golduck in this is also water psychic, so it does get stabbed from the psychic move. We can't do Seafoam until we get Koga, but I would say for now, there's nothing that really screams to me as far as a grab. So we can look at Brock rematch now. Alright. What route is this? I need to check. Route 15. Yes, Route 15. There's only one water mono. We're not using it. But I do want to grab Dragon Claw. If I have any dragons, it's probably one of the only dragon moves I'm going to actually be able to learn. I remember I had to go Ice and Sun when I did Mono Dragon, because I didn't want to have to clear another route just to get access to Dragon Claw. Yoink. Dragon Claw, very nice. It's literally the only physical dragon move that Dragonite learns that isn't Outrage. Super annoying. While I'm here, I'm also going to check the raid dens. I think I looked at most of them earlier, but it never hurts to check again. Alright, let's see. We do have a Veluza already. We actually have two. So we can keep Mold Breaker and we can keep Sharpness. Cramorant isn't bad, but it doesn't do what I need it to, so I'm not going to bother grabbing it. We already have a Pellet Pepper, specifically Drizzle, because we're going to be needing multiple weather setters. Okay, so once I have access to 4, I can get one of the doggos. None of these I can use. None of these I can use. We already have 2 of these. Alright, so we're going right to Brock rematch. So he leads with a Great Tusk with a booster energy. He's going to be a problem. I'm gonna try to one-hit him if possible. So that's probably gonna be Swanna with Hydro Pump. Mia's no guard. Alright, let's go. That being said, my rain setters are going to struggle because at least one of them's flying, and as you know, flying loses to rock. That being said, Misty rematch is going to be good in the sense that she gives you a Palafin, which is the 0 to hero dolphin, who becomes really strong once it swaps out. We're definitely not using Nero. We're not bringing Golisopod. I'm probably keeping Magica because she is fast and she hits pretty hard. All right. Sadly, I can't go double Shell Smash on Gorbis because I don't have access to White Herb yet. You get White Herb once you get the Cinnabon. All right, let's see. I think I'm gonna use Gazam. I'm not sure who I'd use it against. I guess I would use it against T-Tar. Okay. And I could use it against Great Tusk, but I know I'm not gonna outspeed. Okay. I don't want to risk missing. I'm also going to remove the Citrus Berry in case for some wacky, wild, and crazy reason it outspeeds and goes for the knockoff. Magica, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Working on the rematches in Mono Water. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been having a great Wednesday. All right. We're absolutely bringing fighting, and we're gonna use a normal berry to resist it because that Blood Moon Ursaluna hurts really hard. And we can finally use Urshifu because he's gonna have Surging Strikes now. Okay. There you go. Okay. So we're gonna hold on to Taunt. We're gonna keep Surging Strikes. We're gonna grab Iron Head. Giggity. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to bulk up, so I'm gonna replace bulk up with close combat. All right. I don't think I have to worry about any screens or protect spam, so I'm gonna change the ability. I think it's Iron Fist. I'm not sure. Let me check. No, it is okay. He has no other one. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing out on something better, you know? All right. I'm thinking maybe that. I know I need Big Sip for whatnot. But I also need the 2 weather setters as well. I think I have none of them at the moment. So we'll grab Drizzler. Okay. I'm actually gonna ditch Gazam for this, I think. Actually, I'm gonna try to get away with only using 1 weather setter and see how it goes, since I can't really justify 2 slots on it. We'll do Charty Berry, because rock. All right, I'm not sure who I'm using yet for Aerodactyl. Okay, Swift Swim, that's good. We're gonna keep those. We're keeping that. I probably don't need Walkenberry here. We'll go with... What am I doing for Arcanine? That's actually pretty scary. I mean, I know I could go Ground. Maybe I go Swampert. $115. I think I'll go in with this. I'm still not sure what I'm doing for Arcanine. I suppose I could go with Pepe. Let's see. We are faster than it, which is good. I'm gonna throw a Scald on there, and I'm gonna hold a Wakanda Berry. All right, let's see. Scald. Not Taunt. Gonna ditch Dark Pulse for now. We're gonna put Ice Beam on Drizzler. I don't want to lose. I mean, there's only like one electric, so I don't think it's a huge deal. Also, I'm kind of slow. So yeah, no. Okay. No, I mean, that's not bad. Maybe. Let's see. No, I don't think I need it. I have other things for that, I think. I was really hoping that Greninja would be able to learn Aura Sphere. That would have been very pog. Maybe I throw it on you? Because I already have Energy Ball. I'm gonna do that. Alright. Let's see. So we're gonna lead with Swanna. Let's do Wakanda Berry on Pepe. Billy is meant to deal with T-Tar and Ursaluna. Big Sip is going to deal with Omastar. Pepe is going to deal with Arcanine. Swanna is going to deal with Great Tusk. And I can probably get away with using someone else for Aerodactyl. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. Just in case I get outsped, since there's been outspeeding shenanigans despite it being minimum grind mode in the past. I also need to get the sand gone as soon as possible, but then I also need to get it up after T-Tar comes in. Save again. Go team. Good. Huge. No stealth rocks. Love to see it. Oh no! I forgot. The sandstorm is gonna break Sash. So I'm gonna reset right off the jump, and I'm gonna go Charty Berry. I totally forgot about that. I feel like an idiot. Feels bad, man. All right, let's see. Now watch as it swaps into something else now that I made that one change. All right. Yeah, I totally forgot that I'm not gonna get rid of the weather on the first turn. So Sash is pointless. All right, good. In comes Aerodactyl again. We're going to Hydro Pump again. It does a D-Dance. Sadly, I don't think I live. I do not. Okay. I'm gonna do Drizzler then. Nice, huge. Okay, so T-Tar comes in for the Sandstream. This is random move. All of it hurts though. I'm gonna go Billy. You hate to see it, truly. I think this kills. Huge. Nice. Huge. I'm pretty sure I have to eat something else here, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, that was not surprising in the slightest. Okay. Pepe. Not ideal. Fake out. Scald. Actual first try, let's go. I was kind of hoping Vac Wave wouldn't kill me there, but it was 2 times effective, so, you know, it makes sense. Now we're gonna go take on Misty. We're going to lead with a Water Absorb Mr. Pringles because there's literally nothing that Palafin can hit me with. We're gonna let the rain be up and we're gonna take advantage of Swift Swim as much as we can. I don't have access to a Firemon, so I'm probably gonna have to go special fighting if I can to deal with the Ferrothorn. All right, let's see. We thankfully don't need rain setters here since the weather's already gonna be up. All right, kill that. All right, what do we think then? So let's look at Misty. I know for a fact we need Mr. Pringles before anything else. We're not bringing Swanna. We're not bringing Drizzler. We're gonna keep Big Sip. We may end up mixing Pepe, I'm not sure. I think I want to bring Gorbis. I'm not sure what I'm doing about their Gorbis yet. I need to make sure the Sash is gone though. All right, let's see. How do we want to play that? Okay. I definitely could use Toxapex, but I'm not sure. With Toxapex, there's a lot of special attackers, and I don't think those make contact, so I don't think Baneful Bunker is gonna end up actually proccing. So if I go that, I'm gonna go Toxic Spikes, I think, from Squidward. Manny, because Portuguese Mana War. I know that they're not technically jellyfish, but it's like, you know what? Good enough. All right. So that's gonna be for the Gorbis. I gotta find my Jellicent. Where were you? I know I caught one. Where are you? You very silly mon. There you go. Well, this will be Mrs. Pringles since it's a girl. And by Miss Pringles, I mean Miss Prongles, because I want to avoid copyright infringement. Miss Prongle. There you go, we'll do that. So it's gonna be water absorb. It's gonna be... not that. I think it's like energy ball and a few other things, you know? And I think I have to wide lens because I want to make sure I actually don't miss on my status move. I'm not sure if I can actually learn the status move I want to, though. So let's check with Jellicent. All right. Okay, I could grab D-Gleam. D-Gleam, Energy Ball. I'm trying to see if there's anything that really speaks to me on a certain level, you know? Okay. I can learn Will-O-the-Wisp. I like that. That's actually useful. How many are actual attackers, though, is the real issue, right? So, Pharaoh, Gyarados. So it's basically split down the middle. I think I will go Will-O-the-Wisp. So it'll be Hex, Energy Ball, D-Gleam, and I'm gonna hold a wide lens so I don't miss. Or, so I reduce my chance of missing. All right, let's see. U-turn might be useful here. I'm not sure yet. Actually, I don't know if I'm even bringing him. Where are you? Not that. There you go, Will-O-the-Wisp. Okay, so Hex, Will-O-the-Wisp, Energy Ball. What else did we want? Oh, we wanted D-Gleam, right? Yes. It's a weird set, but it's gonna work. Okay. Where are you? Wide lens. There you are. Wide lens. Okay. And then it's water absorb is what we need. Where are you? Very good. And then it's gonna be defense. Actually, no. I'm just gonna go all in on special attack because she has kinda doo-doo for special attack. All right, we'll go modest. Wide lens. We put Miss Prongles at the front. I'm not sure if we're using Billy at all. I'm not sure if we're using Pepe at all. We're definitely using Big Sip. We're using Manny to deal specifically with Gorbis. I think we are using Billy. We're using Billy solely for Ferrothorn if I can't get a special fighting Mon. All right, let's see. Type. All right, so that's an option. I could go Mega Blastoise with Aura Sphere, and then that would be a way to dunk on our good friend Ferrothorn. I could also go for Neuro Force Golduck. That's definitely an option. I could also go for Clawitzer. I do still outspeed the Ferrothorn, so that's definitely an option. I think I'm gonna go, problem is I also have to get a clean swap, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. 520, 513, technically tankier. I really could use Keldeo right now. And as much as I want to go Mega Launcher Blastoise, the issue is that Power Whip is gonna really hurt, and I want to either hold a Resistance Berry or a Para Berry due to how cringe paralyzes. So basically what I want doesn't exist. Alright. I'll look for Flamethrower then instead. Because that's still going to be 4 times, you know? Man, Volcanion would be real nice right now. Alright. Okay, 2 times. Walking Wing would also be really nice right now. I'm gonna ditch Billy for this. Alright, I've settled on it. Alright, so we're gonna ditch Pepe for now. We're gonna ditch Billy for now. Part of me really wants to use Quaquaval to set up some Moxie, but I don't think that's gonna be the answer, sadly. Okay. I mean, Technician would be nice, but it's just, it has so much defense. Oh boy. What? No, because it's still attack. That's the issue. You know, we're gonna use Psyduck. We're gonna go Neuro Force, and we're gonna go Aura Sphere. There we go. That's what we're doing. All right. No. Okay, that could actually be interesting if I can get Thunderbolt on Golduck. Let's see. Sadly, I think the only electric move it gets is Flash, and it doesn't look like it gets any grass move. So I don't think I'm gonna bother with Soak. I figured I would at least check to be thorough, you know? I'm gonna grab Disable. It always makes me laugh when Disable wears off. It's like Xmon is no longer disabled, and it's like, oh, that's a good bit of fun. Okay, 27. We don't need Scald. We want to hold a Paraberry because Thunder Wave, if I don't get a clean swap. We want to make sure it has Neuro Force. It does not yet. We go Modest. We go Neuro Force is hidden, so that's Dream Patch. Yes, okay. So Bill's good, at least with one part. I still need to actually give it better moves though. So we'll grab Nasty Plot, just in case I ever get a scenario where I'm actually able to buff. Psychic, and then Aura Sphere. I also want to see if any Watermon can learn Earth Power that have a reasonable amount of special, because that's going to be my solution for our Chuladon. Okay, so Omanite, I mean the body press is an issue, but Swift Swim would make me very fast. Okay. We're doing it. We're gonna go with Lord Helix, and we're gonna go Swift Swim. That's gonna be my answer to our Chuladon. And then I think it does have body press. Let me double check. It does have body press. So Electro Shot is 130. Body press is 80 plus defense. I think I go Focus Sash because I'm pretty sure Electro Shot kills me, and if it doesn't go Electro Shot, it goes Body Press, which probably kills me as well. Okay. Let's go. Wait, did I not name you? Could have sworn I had another one already. Let's check. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't name it. I think I may have saved and then I never saved after the, before the crash. So, let's give him a name again. Provided it actually fits, I think it does. Could have sworn I already did this, so it's like, who knows? Yes, I think that does fit. Yep, it fits, okay, perfect. I never did the whole Twitch plays Pokemon, so I missed out on all the, Helix fossil memes, but I'm aware of it, so that's why we're going with Lord Helix. Okay, focus sash on you, Lord Helix. We will grab Shell Smash, but we're probably not going to actually get to use it. I just want to have it, though, because maybe we get the Shell Smash. Priority move is nice. I'm going to do that over Disable. Just in case I end up in a situation where I am outsped. Okay. It's not going to be Stabber power, but it's still going to hurt, which is fine. No. Alright, so Shell Smash, Earth Power, Reflect in case we actually get that off. Giggity. No. We're gonna throw Giga Drain on Manny. Instead of Barrier. Oh, Light Screen would have been nice. I think Ice Beam. Okay. I'm putting a lot more thought into this Misty fight than I honestly expected I would. Alright, very good. I don't really care about Scald because Omastar is only here to deal with our good friend Archaludon. 55? I mean, I know it's still Swift Swim, so it will outspeed since the rain's always going to be up. Okay. So we'll go... We're gonna go speed. Make sure it's Swift Swim. That's what we need. I don't know if it's Stream Patch or not. Okay, that's good. So Miss Prongles deals with Palafin. Manny deals with Scorbus. Bill deals with Ferrothorn. Big Sip can deal with possibly Gyarados Mega and someone else. The Fake Out's good utility. I'd probably bring my own Gorbis to deal with Kingdra. Or maybe I use my own Kingdra and I go speed up holding a Dragon Berry. I could do that. Okay. Okay. I don't think they have any drain moves, but I don't really have anything better there. Okay, Giga Drain. Do you not? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, good. We'll stick the Sludge Wave instead of Acid Spray. We'll keep the Giga Drain. I don't know, it feels excessive. I mean, she doesn't have any poison mon, so I think I can get away with that. Oh, that's right, I have Venoshock already from something else. So yeah, we'll grab that instead. Okay. Where are you, Venoshock? I think it's 65, I'm not sure. There it is, 63. Okay. No. And then, what do we think? Maybe Ice Beam for the last one? I think that'll be okay. So now we just need one more Mon. And it's... Oh, no, it's Slush Rush, right? It's not that. Okay. I definitely could use Primarina for this. I'm always gonna be outsped, you know? So maybe I do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Primarina. Okay. Primarina with a Citrus Berry, I think. There you go. And then Primarina is Liquid Voice, that's fine. Moonblast, All Eyes, Misty Terrain, and Hyper Voice. Let me see what her other two abilities are. I don't think they're any better, sadly. Like, there's no secret gas I don't think I'm missing on Primarina. Yeah, no gas. Okay. So, we're letting the rain be a thing. This is good. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, good to go. Let's take on Misty. I'm gonna do a quick Breb, then we're gonna fight Misty, and then I'm gonna try to incorporate Palafin later because I do like the whole zero to hero, him becoming extremely powerful when he swaps out. Quick Breb. All right, we're back. Go team. I legit expect to do this first try. It wouldn't be the first time I thought I could do something and then I failed to consider one thing. So here's hoping that's not the case. All right. Go team. Just gotta move some stuff again. Oopsie doopsies. Poopsie whoopsies. After I beat this, we'll squeeze in a few more Pallas Cat videos. Big fan of those floofy boyos. All right. So right off the jump, We know that it's going to fail in whatever it does, so we're gonna Will-O-the-Wisp. It can flip turn out, which is... Wait, really? It still missed with a wide lens? Oh, that is horrible. Okay. Well, at least we got the burner and Archaludon. So this is gonna be Electro Shot or Dragon Pulse. Not ideal. Okay. Dragon Pulse, not ideal. Okay. Yeah, that definitely did not go the way it needed to, and that makes me somewhat sad. We want to be faster. I think that and the burn kill. Yep, okay, awesome. So, Kingdra right off rip. We're gonna go into Primarina because I'm expecting a dragon move. Haha! Moonblast goes into Gyarados, which kind of makes sense. Sadly, it's not already Mega Gyarados. Okay. This is probably Earthquake or Waterfall. I'm gonna go big sip. Nice. Fake out on the Ferrothorn. I don't love that. Since I'm here, I'm gonna Word Sphere. Not a huge deal. Aura Sphere again. We go into Miss Prongle. Will-O-the-Wisp. Go into Primarina. Nice Moonblast. We go into Miss Prongle. We Will-O-the-Wisp. I don't love this. It's probably Crunch. Oh, it's a D-Dance. That is terrifying. I'm going to Doll Eyes. That helps make up for like one D-Dance, I think. Okay, that's huge. I'm gonna Doll Eyes again. We're outpacing the D-Dances at this point. Eat Your Berry, very huge. I'm gonna Doll Eyes again. Moonblast. Palafin, we're gonna go into Miss Prongle. Will-O-the-Wisp. Lamau. Energy Ball. Energy Ball. I don't have priority, so we can absolutely get a Will-O-the-Wisp off and break Sash. Energy Ball. So easy. Fucking love it. Now the one I've been dreading. Surge. Surge rematch is gonna be big pain because it's permanent electric terrain, and I think any Watermon with Defog are water flying. So it's a 4 times weakness. But as promised, more Pallas Cats. Alright. Let's see what we want to go with this time. I only have so many. This is Spooky Aliens in the Middle of the Night. Yet again, another trail cam. I'm not sure which Pallas Cat this is, but it's adorable. And I love the little X-Files music. So fluffy. This actually might be Kara. She was the female Pallas Cat at the Big Cat Sanctuary in the UK. I'm gonna let it play through once more at least. Ah! Big sniff. She's so adorable. She's in the great step, up in the sky, living her best life. Unlimited Pika for her to devour. She's also up there with her husband, Jethro. All right, we'll squeeze in a few more before we fight and prep for Surge. Okay. I think this is Polly being fed. I'm not certain. Let me move it. Yeah, I think this is Polly being fed. This would be at the Nasu Animal Kingdom in Japan. She's trying to eat everyone and everything. So adorable. Deep down, she's a good cat. They all are. Nom 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 nom. I love when she puts her beans on the glass, then she does the window wiping. It's very wholesome. Oh yeah, this is Polly because Bull's on a stump and Polly basically just dives at him on her way back. So I remember now. We'll go through it one more time to catch that drive-by. Yeah, she swipes at poor Bull on the way out. Justice for Bull. He did nothing wrong. She's so mighty. Bull's just sitting there completely unfazed. He has a very powerful aura. All right. We will do one more, then it's Surge time. This is gonna be a birthday celebration for Pazzi. He's a male Pallas Cat, and if he's at the same zoo that his little brother is, he's at the Great Plains Zoo in Nebraska. He had his 3rd birthday this year. Doing a bit of a sniff of the camera. That's likely some enrichment in the bowl behind him. Ah! Big sniff. Oh no. Cameraman down. He's such a good boy. They all are, but especially Pazzi. It might actually be Pazzi, I'm not sure. I love it. All right, so Surge prep. We have to find a way to deal with Iron Treads, even though its speed stat is the 3rd lowest and its minimum grind mode, it always gets a speed boost. So there's a very real world where I try to set up Trick Room and not die. That way I can outspeed. The problem is I have to survive that hit, and I don't know if I do. Okay, Belly Bolt's an issue as well. I need a way to defog to get rid of terrain and stealth rocks, but I'm pretty sure that's only gonna be water flying, so let's check. Okay, move is defog. Okay, so what are we doing here? Okay, Empoleon could defog, so that wouldn't be a 4 times weakness, which is good. But the issue is also the fact that if we defog, it's just gonna, you know, stealth rock again. So we need to kill it, and we need to find a way to deal with that sash. Alright. Oh no, it's not Great Tusk, it's Iron Treads. Okay, that's gonna be an issue. Let's see. Okay, it's still 2 times weak to water. It's also 2 times weak to fighting. But it has a really high defense, so maybe we go... Part of me really wants to go Greninja with Water Star and hold loaded dice and hope that kills. That may be the only option I have realistically. I'm also going to look at Watermon that can learn Trick Room to see if we go for a Trick Room setup instead. I may have to, due to how fast most of his team is. The problem with a Trick Room setup is if you go with a slow Pokemon to set up Trick Room, you automatically are getting hit no matter what. So if that's the case, then you have to survive that hit, then you get to go first after. But if you start with a fast Pokemon in Trick Room, yeah, you get the Trick Room off, but none of us are outspeeding that Iron Treads anyways, you know? Alright, so we know Jellicent and Frillish can learn Trick Room. Bruxus can learn Trick Room as well. Basculegion can Trick Room, but it's also not faster. Slowking and Starmie. Okay, so we definitely have some Trick Room setters. Alright. I also have a different option, possibly, if there's any water that have Magic Bounce. Oh, it's ability, right. No water Magic Bounce, okay. What about Rapid Spin instead of Defog? Maybe that's an option. Probably not, though. Let's see. So there definitely is some Rapid Spin. Okay. I mean, all those are still gonna hurt, though, you know? Alright. I could go... I don't know. Let me keep looking. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's mildly interesting. I mean, the problem with that is I'm still not gonna break the sash. Alright, what about... What about Urshifu? Do you get a multi-hit fighting move? Okay. If that's the one I think it is, this actually might be a play. Because it will hit more than once. Oh, but then we have to hold a loaded dice. Okay. Honestly, this might be a shout. I think I'm gonna try this. Okay, so we're gonna go loaded dice, arm thrust scrap block with technician, and we're gonna hope we kill with a high roll. Okay. So let's start putting people away and assembling the new team. All right, let's see. So right off the jump, I do want to grab Primer. I do want to grab Omastar back because I want my Focus Sash. There are no poison, so I could definitely take advantage of that. But Rotom W does have Levitate. Okay. I could also lead with Toxapex and Baneful Bunker, but the issue is it probably Volt switches, or first turn it just does Stealth Rock, so it's like, I don't know. Does anyone have priority moves? Fake Out, okay. Mach Punch. We're very likely bringing Gorbis. Actually, are we though? Yeah, I think we're bringing Gorbis for Palmont. I could also outspeed with Starmie. So yeah, let's try the Graph Lock strat first. Okay. Where are you, loaded dice? There you are. And since these are rematches, they don't count as badges. So I haven't changed my badge count yet. Alright. And then it's the Ace Trainer and Saffron that will teach me Arm Thrust, I believe. Okay. Oh no! Do I not get it here? Oh, maybe I get it from the Egg Tutor. If Arm Thrust is only at Fuchsia, not Fuchsia. If Arm Thrust is only at Cinnabon, that basically ruins my whole strat. I hate that. Possibly. Okay. Oh, I really hope it's not Cinnabon. I may have to change up what I'm doing. Ruh-roh. Okay. I don't get it. No. Oh no. That's an issue. Okay. So I suppose I could Mach Punch. And then I could also Soak. I was really relying on the multi-hit move there. Okay, so if I can't do that... I'm never going first because there's no Prankster Water. I wonder if it reads I have the Octolock and it swaps out. Okay, I'm gonna grab Sucker Punch. Mach Punch instead of Low Sweep. I don't need loaded dice since it turns out I don't have access to arm thrust anymore. So we'll go Wakanda Berry. Oh, there's arm thrust. I'm stupid. Okay, I love that for us, actually. So sucker punch, mock punch. I'm gonna put arm thrust here. Actually, maybe I could get away with it on the first turn, a bulk up. So yeah, loaded dice. All right. So let's look at this. Okay. So maybe we bulk up first turn because we expect the stealth rock. Then we arm thrust. Okay, I'm gonna try that. We have the loaded dice. I'm not sure if I'm using Miss Prongle yet. I might try the Trick Room setup. I do need to absolutely defog though to get rid of the terrain though. So what does that look like? Okay, I could Masquerain. Intimidate is always nice. Interesting that Luminion gets Dazzling. I like that. It still takes 1x. 85. Let's see who's fast. That I could actually use for this. The no guard though. I mean, at least that's better, but 105 versus what? 84? Oh, okay, so 45, 86, 105, 135. It would be a speed tie if I don't use Swanna. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go defog Swanna, and I think I'm gonna put a focus sash on it. I'm not sure. Maybe not, because I really need... Well, on one hand, I need to focus sash for someone else. But on the other hand, it's 4 times weak to electric, so a Wakanda Berry does not save it. Okay, we could then do maybe Masquerain instead. Masquerain is slow, but Masquerain is only a 2x, so I think actually I'm going to do Masquerain instead. Alright. Intimidate Masquerain with a Wakanda Berry. Alright. I haven't even considered using Snooki until now. Alright. I don't think I'm ever gonna use that. Maybe we grab Sticky Web just for a speed control. Not gonna go off on the taunt, sadly. No. Oh, it has to wait until it's in its finally evolved form. Okay, that's fair. We're almost ready for Surge. It's all coming together, Millhouse, you know? And it's nice that Masquerain is not yet another bug flyer in this. because bugged flying is so crowded. Okay, so we keep the Intimidate. We go Speed Up with a Wakanda Berry. We keep the Intimidate, which is fine. I feel like I'm never gonna be able to stay in, but maybe we grab it. Okay, Quiver Dance. Air Slash. The Defog, of course, that's the main reason why she's even coming in at all. If she can only do two things, we want to get rid of Stealth Rocks and the terrain, and we also want to set Stiku out if possible. Okay. And we also went with Air Slash because maybe I get lucky and get a flinch out of it. Okay. So these hands, that's for Great Tusk. Iron Treads. Snooki has been to Defog. Not sure if I'm doing anything with this Prongle yet. Probably not. So what's next? I think we go... Oh, that's actually a toughie. It's not going to be raining, so we are not going to be able to do Swift Swim unless I go out of my way to have a weather setter, okay? Rotom loses to Grass, so maybe we do that. Let's see. Honestly, I think Gil's gonna come in here. This is gonna be funny because Gil has Lightning Rod, so it'll take I think it's gonna take neutral damage to both Scald and Ice, Hidden Power Ice. Lightning Rod is such a troll. I love it. Okay. I'm gonna grab Vicious Rend, but I don't think I ever get to outspeed. We're gonna ditch that instead of Waterfall. I'm not gonna use Mega Horn because 85 accuracy, even though I could Wide Lens. I absolutely could Wide Lens here. Does Gil get anything else interesting? It has Levitate, so Mud Shot won't do anything. Okay. It's not really gonna outspeed now that I think about it, so maybe we don't go Vicious Rend. Yeah, I'm not gonna go Vicious Rend. I have some different ideas. Let me see what else Seaking can learn from the tutors. It can also be a swap on Belly Bolt, but I think Belly Bolt may have a grass move, so that is gonna still hurt, you know? Okay, we already have knockoff. We'll probably keep Poison Jab. Maybe we get the poison out of it. I could also grab Body Slam for the para. That would be huge. Oh, it learns Swords Dance. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. I like that. I'm gonna give it Swords Dance. I'm gonna give it Swords Dance, and I'm gonna give it at least one other move. I think Body Slam, well, I think Electric can still be parried, it just can't be parried from T-Wave. Wait. Yes, okay. So we're going to keep knockoff, we're gonna keep Poison Jab, we're gonna ditch Vicious Rend for Swords Dance, we're going to hold a Rindo Berry, where are you? And then we're gonna give it Body Slam and fish for a para from the Body Slam. There you go, that's what we'll do. All right, so that's my answer to Rotom. I think it's gonna be... Probably Starmie for the, not Manectric, for, you know, the Palmot. Because I absolutely need to be faster. And I'll resist the fighting because Psychic. I mean, Ghost Water would be funny there because I'd be immune to fighting, but I'd still have to eat the Thunder Punch, which I don't really want to. So we'll keep Psychic. We probably keep Power Gem. We can definitely ditch Hydro Pump because it's not going to do anything in this fight. Honestly, I'm gonna grab Rapid Spin just so I have a backup for Defog in case it doesn't go off. And we do outspeed, so I'm gonna grab Recover as well. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, good. So that works. That's gonna be our answer to Palmot. We still hold the Wakanda Berry. Iron Hands, it needs to be physical because it has Assault Vest. Okay. And I believe all its moves make contact. So I can absolutely rely on something like Baneful Bunker. Okay. Type, water, ability. Alright. I could go Surfing Pikachu, but then I can't hold a super effective berry. There's no world where we're using Pincurchin. Maybe I go Swampert. I could go Swampert. In fact, I could go Mega Swampert. Let's see. That ice punch would hurt though. Honestly, yeah, I think I go Swampert. Alright. Because we already have Earthquake as well, which is really nice. Alright. And I think we're gonna, in fact, go Mega Swampert for once. Let's see. Sort. That, I need to make sure it's only one ability, because I don't remember. It is only one ability, okay. Also, 70 at a base. Okay, we don't need a speed up nature because we are faster. Okay, that's fine. Will be Rock Slide, Earthquake. Let me see what Swampert gets from the tutor. Hammer Arm's funny, but fighting isn't going to be super effective against anything here. I do like Flip Turn for the pivot out, but the water isn't going to be super effective against anything. I definitely want to keep Rock Slide though. Maybe I do grab Bulk Up. Okay, I think I'm gonna grab Bulk Up there. Wait, I don't know if I have access to Bulk Up yet though. Let's check via the old tutor. I do have access to Bulk Up. Okay, perfect. I am gonna grab Yawn because the electric terrain is ideally gonna be gone by then. No. Give up. Yep. All right. Okay. If we don't get the electric terrain down, then we have some big problems due to all the extra damage it's gonna give. All right. We're gonna ditch the Protect. We're gonna grab... no, it's Sand Fuchsia. Huh. Starmie's walking around on its legs. Very funny. Okay. Bulk up on Kip. Actually, we are going to grab the Protect because it's going to want to fake out on the first turn. So, I'm wrong. And honestly, that's fine. No one's infallible. Okay. So, Bulk Up, Earthquake, Yawn. There we go. Okay, that's fine then. So, Kip's good. That's going to be for Whatnot. Now, all we need is something to deal with a combination of Belly Bolt and Manectric. Okay. So, obviously water, because I have to. I do have other water ground. I'm gonna have to hold the Rindo Berry because the 4 times weakness is gonna really hurt. Well, actually, no. I think I would have to do Focus Sash because a Rindo Berry isn't gonna save me from a 4 times weakness. So, let's look at that. Okay. I could also go Ludicolo because I'll take reduced damage from the grass, and I have access to Fake Out. All right, let's see. Let's keep looking. Wow, they are all slow as balls. Oh, right, that. No, I'm gonna go Ludicolo for that, I've decided. I'll resist most of it. And then I'm gonna need to hold a Cherry Berry because Paralyze is painful. Okay, water, move, Earth Power. How about Earthquake instead? Or even Stomping Tantrum. Okay. No. Okay, I mean, it would be very fast, but it's still gonna get outsped by Voltorb. Not Voltorb, Manectric. And neither Bellybolt or Manectric are physical attackers. Okay. Re. If I should stay or be alone. We'll go back to having Earthquake, and then we'll filter by special defense. I mean, that would be useful for the heal, but I'm so slow, I'm just gonna straight up always get parried. Okay. I mean, Empoleon's definitely an option. One time, honestly, I think I might go Empoleon. What ground move am I using though? That's the issue. No, Bulldoze, Dig, Earthquake. It just doesn't have enough physical attack for me to want to do that. I really wish you got like Earth Power or something. Hell, even like Mud Bomb, you know, because Mud Slap just wouldn't do enough. forgot. I have Sevi Delmise. Okay. I totally forgot that this is an option. Alright. So, what would I do? Sap Sipper would be a free swap. I would have to hold a Cherry Berry so I don't get para'd. And what could I do realistically? I mean, Chloroblast would do a lot, it just wouldn't be super effective, so I'm kind of reticent to go out of my way and do that. Especially since it has only 81 base attack. Okay, so Sevi Delmise is not an option. I was hoping it would be. Okay. What is Blubber Defense? Oh, it's basically multi-scale. Gotcha. Okay, never mind then. I mean, I would also settle for Stomping Tantrum. As much as I want to go Gyarados, the 4 times weakness is a massive issue. Man, that Volcanian's gonna be real nice. Eventually. Oh, I don't know how I'm beating this. I mean, I could go Strong Jaw. Okay, please tell me you get like something that would be super effective. Let's see what Strong Jaw effects that it can learn. Okay, so if it gets Crunch, if it gets Psychic Fangs, if it gets maybe even Jaw Lock, alright. Okay, can get Psychic Fangs, that'll be 50% stronger. Yeah, we're gonna go Dracovish. Alright, it's not an elegant solution, but the dragon typing helps offset weaknesses it would normally have. Alright. Now, where are you, Dracovish? You are literally right here. Okay, that works. We are going to use a Cherry Berry, though, because we can still be para'd. And Thunder Wave from Para, big cringe. Yes. Alright. So yeah, we'll go Crunch. We'll try to fish for a defense drop. We'll grab Psychic Fang from what's-her-face? Saffron? Ah, that's okay. was the first one? I'm gonna ditch knockoff. All right. Just gotta make sure to give it strong jaw, and then I'm not sure the last move I give it is. It's gonna be holding the cherry berry, of course. I know we outspeed the one, but we're not gonna outspeed the other. So I think we're just gonna go all in on attack. I like Super Fang, but 90% accuracy means it can still miss. So, I mean, anything less than 100 means it can miss, but... Alright. Adamant. No. I'll grab Bulldoze just in case it doesn't get Sobbing Tantrum. It does. Okay, even better. Let's just look over their abilities. I know I need Strong Jaw on Dracovish. Alright, so we are about to fight Surge. And I don't like it because I'm not confident in my solution. Okay, so we bulk up on the first turn because we're expecting a Stealth Rock. Then we go Arm Thrust, Defog, Air Slash, Sticky Web, Quiver Dance. That's fine. Body Slam, Drill Run, Sword Dance, Poison Jab, that's fine. I'm outspeeding Pawmot. And what are you holding? Walk-in Berry, yep, that's fine. That's okay, that's for Iron Hands. This is for 2 Pokemon, possibly. All right, go team. This is hopefully the hardest fight I have to do today, which means basically anything after is gonna be easier. Ideally. All right. All right, let's go Surge. I'm gonna beat you up again, and Stolen Valor your metal. I mean, I could also use Voltorb and Explode. That would probably give him PTSD, and then I could run off with the metal. Okay, these hands, please do not let me down. All right, so yeah, I'm expecting this to be Stealth Rock. It is Stealth Rock, that's fine. We get a bulk up for free. Please, high roll. Who is it? Oh, it's Iron Hands. Oh boy. Not ideal. Honestly, not bad. Sadly, I think it's gonna fake out. So I'm gonna go for the Mach Punch. All right, huge. This is gonna be probably Parabolic Charge. I think it's gonna be Parabolic Charge. Yep, that's fine. I want to go Drill Run, but I know if I go Drill Run, it swaps into Rotom, and I do no damage. So instead, I'm gonna go for Poison Jab. Yep, Rotom. No poison, sadly. This is probably Scald fishing for a burn, or Hidden Power Ice fishing for Frostbite. I'm gonna try to get the Para. It is the Scald. No Para, feels bad. I'm gonna try it again. Okay, good. Rotom down. Iron Treads comes back in. He's absolutely faster than me. So I'm gonna swap out into I'm gonna go into Kip. Sadly, I don't think I live. Yeah. That's fine, though. Okay. This is gonna be Parabolic Charge. Granted, that's gonna kill me. The Rotom's dead, so I can safely Drill Run. Yep, eat your berry. Sadly, my HP's so low, I'm probably dead anyways. I'm not, that's huge. We're gonna get one more Drill Run in. Honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm gonna accept that I'm gonna get hit by Stealth Rock. We're gonna Bad Tantrum. Huge. Manectric. I'm gonna Protect. Oh, that's so much damage. Even without the 2 times. Okay. It's too powerful. I was never able to defog. That's spoopy. Yeah, this might be a reset. Yep, I never was able to get rid of the electric terrain. That's a huge problem. I think it is 100% winnable if I actually get the defog. All right. And I can't focus Sash because Stealth Rocks. So that's definitely a frustrating thing. Okay. Gonna run it back. We knew this was gonna be a hard fight. Bulk up. I'm gonna double bulk up. I'm gonna... Yeah, I can't double bulk up. I wish I could. It's greedy. It gets me killed. So instead of that, Sag. So we'll go for the single bulk up like last time. We will Arm Thrust, Mach Punch. I don't think I outspeed. I'm going to go into... This is Parabolic Charge, and I hate it. Oh, Volt Switch, okay. We do not get the defog. Oh, I hate that. So yeah, we basically have to reset until we get rid of electric terrain. Or I lead with Snooki and I defog. I'm gonna have to deal with stealth rocks, but at least permanent electric terrain is gone. So let's try it that way instead. Okay, no more permanent electric terrain. I'm gonna stealth web. I'm gonna quiver dance. I'm gonna quiver dance. I'm gonna defog again. Maybe I get a flinch. At least the focus ash is gone. Honestly, I don't love stealth rock, but we got rid of the permanent electric terrain. That's huge. Okay, huge. Not great. Okay. Come on, Kip. Okay. I gotta swap out now, sadly. I hate that so much. I'm gonna give it a yawn. We got burned. I don't love that. We're gonna go into Gil. Oh, come on. Really? 2 burn in a row? So cringe. All right. Okay. This is a weird one. We're gonna rapid spin to get rid of stealth rock. Going in with Dracovish. We're gonna bad tantrum. Yeah, this is a reset. This does not work either. Okay. I gotta find a way to make this work. We knew this would be the hardest one though, so it's fine. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of Air Slash and I'm gonna go for Scald. I have a different idea now. I still do need to defog at some point though, before I die. Okay. We keep the Walkenberry. We do... We'll do that instead. Okay. I think we can make this work now. I'm just gonna go for several Quiver Dance right off the jump. Okay, that's a thing. I don't love it. Okay. Boy, I wish I wasn't gonna die now. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. So I can't do 3. I can do 2 Quiver Dance. All right, we'll do that instead. All right. Okay. Sticky web. I mean, we're dead, but I don't think any more stealth rocks are in. So it's kind of a big deal. Yep, okay. We're going to yawn. Rotom's gonna be going to sleep soon. We go into Gil. We Swords Dance. Drill Run. Nah, not ideal. Good enough. Good enough. Protect. Bulk up. Yeah, that was not smart of me. I needed to swap in. Oh boy, it's this again. Oh boy. I might be able to pull it off. Nope. I need to save Gil for that fight, part of the fight. Okay. I feel like that's a way forward, and I like that we may have a way forward finally. Okay, so Quiver Dance, Quiver Dance, Scald, Scald, Defog, no Stealth Rocks, no Electric Terrain. Kip, Yawn, going to Gil. Okay, this is gonna be a fake out again. Oh, just not enough damage. Okay. Wait, he's still asleep. Yep, okay. Going to Gil. He's dead, that's fine. But now we're in the same place where I don't have an answer to someone else. I'm gonna... Earthquake. Okay. This is probably hidden power again. Good enough. Yeah, that's not ideal. Psychic. Okay, I think we can live it. Alright, so it took a minute, but we got there. A lot harder than I thought it would be. I knew it was going to be difficult, but we got there, and that's what matters. So now we're going to prep for Koga. We're going to do some crime coverage as well. We haven't watched any crime stuff today. And I mentioned the Alex Jones lawsuit that more or less forced him to dissolve his holdings because it turns out not all debts are dischargeable, and the ones where he has to more or less pay for saying terrible things about what happened with Sandy Hook, the crisis actors, all that misinformation, he has to liquidate assets in order to pay that. And I love that, because you don't get to talk shit, just be like, oopsie doopsie, I'm broke, and then get away with it, you know? So let's find that real quick. It's once again Legal with Liz Dye. Legal has featured Liz Dye or Liz Dyer to cover various financial crime in the past. So let's find that. And this will be Legal. It's yet again another channel ran by a lawyer, and I like what they have to say. I think it's to the point without much in the way of fluff, and it's always nice to have lawyers covering this rather than talking heads like myself that have degrees, or some who have no degrees at all. I have to move a few things real quick. Okay.
Buy a piece of Alex Jones, maybe a microphone that's extremely used and only partially submerged in saliva. How about a neon sign for the largest disinformation podcast in history? What about a tinfoil hat, lightly greased? Well, now's the opportunity of a lifetime, because InfoWars is being sold for parts to pay for Alex Jones' bankruptcy and the billions of dollars he owes people. So now's your chance. Chaos lawyer Liz Dye has more.
Thanks, Devin. Well, it's time to bust open that piggy bank, because the bankruptcy court is breaking up InfoWars' parent company, Free Speech Systems, and auctioning the pieces for scrap. Buyers will have a chance to purchase a little piece of history. Really, really ugly history. In December of 2022, a mass shooter stormed Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, killing 20 first graders and 6 staffers. Almost immediately, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones claimed on his wildly popular InfoWars podcast that the shooting was a false flag operation by the Obama administration. By his own admission, Jones had a huge megaphone.
You have any idea how big? I mean, I'm not even bragging. I just realized I need to throw it in the enemy's face and just laugh at them. We're bigger than the BBC and like CNN combined. We're bigger than the New York Times.
And I am not going to defend Alex Jones for what he said at all. However, false flag attacks have been things. It was suspected, and I don't know if this was ever confirmed, that some of the quote-unquote actions by Ukraine early on, before it became like a full-out war, Russia staged attacks against their own people and against their own troops, and it was like, oh yeah, this was Ukraine, totally. And there was some video footage of it where the camera didn't go off and Russian troops were pretending to be Ukrainian. They forgot to take their badges off because they thought the cameras were off. But false flag attacks can be a very real thing in order to, oh yeah, this totally happened, we gotta defend ourselves, guys. And of course, because it could happen and it has happened in the past, as soon as something happens, oh well, I'm a conspiracy minded, so this thing, obviously it needs to be false flag because that lines up with my narrative.
So when he called the parents of the slain children crisis actors and accused them of participating in a hoax staged to gin up support for gun control, lots of people heard him. And when he predicted that it was a prelude to a government campaign to forcibly seize Americans' guns, his audience believed him. And even though that never happened, Jones spent the next 5 years lending his airwaves to a rotating cast of kooks and liars who speculated that the slain children had never existed. Worse, Jones encouraged his listeners to do their own research, which they did, ensuring that the grieving families would be deluged with harassment and death threats, even at their own children's funerals. Some of the parents were even forced to go into hiding out of fear for their family's safety. And the reason Jones did all that...
Absolutely heinous behavior. If Alex Jones had the ability to feel any self-awareness and or be ashamed of what he did, I would hope he would be. But someone like him, I doubt it.
Was because it made him money. A lot of money. The Huffington Post reports that InfoWars brought in upwards of $50 million a year between 2015 and 2018. That's a good bit of money. During his quote, final statement on Sandy Hook, which aired on November 18, 2016.
All right, let's see what else we need.
Final statement. He said, I watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before and I know when I'm watching a movie and when I'm watching something real. On that day alone, the InfoWars store took in more than $100,000 flogging supplements and survival meals to his supporters. It does not seem to have occurred to Jones that there might be a price to pay for telling horrible lies about people.
Maybe.
Which, to be fair, he'd been doing for decades with very little pushback. It certainly didn't stop presidential candidate Donald Trump from appearing on his show and praising him in 2015. So Jones was probably surprised in 2018 when he was sued by 3 separate groups of Sandy Hook parents, 2 in Texas where he lives and 1 in Connecticut where they live. He certainly didn't take these suits seriously since he more or less refused to cooperate with discovery and turn over documents as ordered by the court. It was only in 2021, when judges in both states slapped him with default judgments, that he seemed to have sensed that he was in deep doo-doo. But instead of trying to negotiate a settlement like a normal person, he instead set about moving his assets. Specifically, he remembered that Free Speech Systems owed $54 million to a company called PQPR LLC, which supplied the supplement.
And as you can see on the screen, this is not the first time Legal Eagle has covered the Alex Jones shenanigans involving what he said about Sandy Hook, how people were going to get money from him, how the victims were going to get money from him being like, oh, well, I owe this, so I can't pay it. Oops, I went bankrupt, so you can't force me. But then in that video, Legal Eagle talked about how not all debts are dischargeable, and ones such as when you're ordered to pay a fine for what you did or a settlement, that doesn't get to be discharged because you filed bankruptcy.
Supplements sold on Infowars.com and just never bothered to send a bill. How did PQPR forget to invoice for years on end? Well, it might have something to do with the fact that PQPR is wholly owned by Jones and his parents, David and Carol. But approximately 5 minutes after the courts entered those default judgments, Free Speech Systems, which is wholly owned by Jones himself, signed a secured promissory note purporting to put PQPR first in line to get paid before any other creditors. To pay off this debt, FSS immediately began shoveling cash out the door to PQPR, and then Jones and his company began their wild adventure in bankruptcy court, exploiting the system to avoid paying the Sandy Hook families for the damage they'd caused. The first step was to put a couple of worthless LLCs into bankruptcy on the eve of the trial in Texas. When you sue a group of related entities, you sue everyone you can to make sure that they're all on the hook together for the damages. So the Sandy Hook plaintiffs sued Jones and Free Speech Systems, but they also added in a bunch of little companies owned by FSS, at least in part to ensure that FSS didn't transfer its assets to one of those affiliated entities. But a bankruptcy filing automatically stays litigation pending against the filer. So when InfoW LLC and IW Health LLC declared bankruptcy, that put the whole Texas case on hold. Jones hoped to force the Sandy Hook families to drop their claims, and he wasn't subtle about it. Jones's lawyer Norm Pattis, who is what you might call a character, told the Wall Street Journal, "We're turning to the bankruptcy courts to compel the plaintiffs to estimate the value of their claims in open court by discernible evidentiary standards. The plaintiffs have turned this litigation into a macabre morality play and have refused to negotiate in good faith. We hope they will show respect to the federal courts." Of course, the plaintiffs had been trying for years to settle their claims in open court by discernible evidentiary standards. The bankruptcy was actually employed to stop them doing just that. And Jones's opening offer in bankruptcy was to fund a litigation settlement trust with $10 million, an amount which wouldn't even cover the legal bills accrued by.
All right, I think that'll work relatively well.
Chasing him down as he utterly refused to cooperate with the process. That gambit failed when the plaintiffs just dropped the LLCs as party to their state suits and marched back into court. So clearly, Jones wasn't going to be able to wriggle away that easily, and in July of 2022, he put Free Speech Systems into Chapter 11. And remember, every time you hear that FSS did something, that's Jones, because Jones owns 100% of FSS. Now, Chapter 11 of the Bankruptcy Code is for reorganization. You're supposed to negotiate with your creditors and then come out the end as a workable business. But FSS went further than that, filing under Subchapter 5, which is a provision designed for mom-and-pop small businesses like a corner store or a dry cleaners with debts of less than $7.5 million. FSS was able to do that for two reasons. First, because they got in right before the first jury verdict came down, which would have pushed the company's debts past the statutory threshold. And second, because the law disregards debts to insiders like, say, the owner of the company and his parents. So that $54 million debt to PQPR did not count. In August of 2022, just after FSS declared bankruptcy, a jury in Texas awarded the first set of Sandy Hook plaintiffs $4 million in compensatory damages, and then the judge added on an additional $45 million in punitive damages. That was the case where the plaintiff's lawyer, Mark Bankston, confirmed.
Punitive damages being, you did a bad thing, and something, pretty much the only thing that people and big corporations understand is money. You make them pay. You did a bad thing. Don't do it again. Sadly, a lot of times penalties for violating the law tend to not be really high. So it's like, oh no, we're getting slapped on the wrist for a small fine because we did a bad thing, but we made an F ton of money by doing said bad thing. So it basically comes down to an operating expense, and something I think the European Union has either been trying to do for a while or is finally able to do it. They've been making it so when major companies like Apple and others break the law, they have to pay a fine that's percent based, and then it's going to hurt a lot more than, oh yeah, here's like a $10 million fine, and you just happen to make like $500 million off of the things you were breaking the law on, you know? So, punitive, it's important. It's part of restoration because it lets the victims know that the company did something horrible or the individual did something horrible, and they are going to have to pay extra to show that this is bad, don't do it again, and it's going to be significant. I think it's something to the tune in total of like Alex Jones owes over like $1 billion to the people he wronged, and I doubt all of it's ever going to be paid out. Sadly.
Fronted Jones on the witness stand with proof that he was lying since his lawyers had inadvertently turned over a hard drive containing the contents of his phone.
12 days ago, your attorneys messed up. They send me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days
That
ago,
part
it
was
fell $30 million
hilarious.
possession. And that is
All
how
right.
I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text message about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
Now that's good content. Then, in October,
Okay.
a Connecticut jury ordered Jones to pay $965 million in compensatory damages to the second group of Sandy Hook families, and the judge tacked on an additional $473 million in punitives. Jones laughed on air as the verdict was read, promising that the families would never get paid.
Ain't gonna be happening. Ain't no money.
Our verdict as to damages in this case, we award damages to each plaintiff and against Alex Jones and fees.
I killed the kids, folks. That's it.
In December, Jones filed for personal bankruptcy under Chapter 11. Under employment, he listed media personality and dietary supplement sales, but not journalist, which was not fake news.
Now, sorry to interrupt, but obviously if your entire life is getting liquidated to satisfy a multi-billion-dollar judgment,
Not
you want a
great.
good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer,
Yeah.
my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you ever suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying that your social security number has been leaked, if you were involved in a car crash or have dealt with sexual harassment from Alex Jones or anyone else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery or at least find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. You don't just need a legal...
I like what Devin, i.e. Legal does, so I'm gonna let that play through instead of skipping it. I almost always skip ads, and the YouTube front end I use is usually pretty good about automatically skipping it, but sometimes they don't get skipped.
Legal Team, you need the Eagle Team, so click below.
U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez has presided over all the Alex Jones-related bankruptcies, and after more than 2 years, he seems frankly worn out by Jones's shenanigans. Unlike most federal hearings, you can listen in real time to bankruptcies, but you still can't use the recordings in, say, a YouTube video. So just take my word for it, Judge Lopez is at the end of his rope. Because the entire purpose of a Subchapter 5 bankruptcy is to get the debtor out of court within about 6 months. And Jones has never done any of the things he needed to do to make that happen. He continued to file incomplete paperwork, hiding assets, and refusing to come forward with a viable plan. His best offer to the Sandy Hook plaintiffs was $55 million over 10 years to settle all claims, on $1.5 billion in damages, much of which will survive these proceedings thanks to 11 U.S.C. Section 523, which provides that debt arising from willful and malicious injury by the debtor to another entity or to the property of another entity does not get zeroed out in bankruptcy. In legal parlance, those debts are non-dischargeable because it would be bad public policy to let people commit willful torts and then use the bankruptcy system to get out of paying their victims. And Judge Lopez ruled back in October that the $4 million award to the Texas plaintiffs and more than $1 billion of the Connecticut plaintiffs' verdict cannot be discharged in bankruptcy. So Jones's offer to pay a structured settlement of like $55 million amounted to a whopping 3.6% of the debt. That's not a real settlement offer when the Sandy Hook plaintiffs are entitled to every single dollar Jones has or will ever have for the rest of his life. That's a delay tactic because Jones never intended to negotiate a settlement.
He's an absolute PLS.
The point of this exercise was always to either force the Sandy Hook plaintiffs to walk away with virtually nothing or to buy enough time that Jones and his father could set up a new platform to continue the business. Here he is at Christmas saying that they just need to get through this Subchapter 5 and then they'll be free and clear.
As long as we can be solvent and somewhat profitable, then the money will go to run this operation, keep us on the air for years while the appeals go forward.
And as the months dragged on, it became clear that Jones was using the bankruptcy court in the same bad faith way he'd done in 2022 when he put those worthless LLCs in Chapter 11. And in the meantime, Jones and his dad set up a competing company, Dr. Jones Naturals, that Jones advertised for on InfoWars, siphoning revenue away from the company. In May of 2024, Judge Lopez finally broke the logjam. The judge gave Jones a month to come up with a plan or the FSS case was going to get dismissed. But that managed to fracture the two sets of Sandy Hook families. Because remember, the Connecticut plaintiffs have a $1.4 billion judgment, which is almost entirely non-dischargeable. And the Texas plaintiffs have a $50 million judgment, of which only $4 million is definitively non-dischargeable. So if Jones's assets inside and outside the corporation are a pie that the plaintiffs get to share, the Texas plaintiffs are going to get a really tiny slice because their share is so much smaller than the Connecticut verdict, which is why the two sets of plaintiffs had vastly different reactions to Judge Lopez's threat to kick FSS out of court. The Connecticut families immediately requested that Judge Lopez convert the case from a Chapter 11 reorganization to a Chapter 7 liquidation, which would sell off the assets and divide the proceeds among the creditors. And that would give the Connecticut families almost all the pie, because they have a 10-figure non-dischargeable damage award. They said the Connecticut families firmly believe the interest of the estate and all creditors would be best served by conversion as opposed to dismissal of the FSS case in light of the unique circumstances. And then they tried to rattle the cage by telling the court about Jones bragging on air that Judge Lopez was going to wash his hands like Pontius Pilate of the case and basically let Jones win.
The judge says a week and a half ago, no, I'm not going to liquidate and shut down InfoWars. I'm going to kick it out of bankruptcy.
I kind of have an idea for Iron Valiant.
The state courts and Judge Gore Gamble and the wild-eyed Democrats can try to come in here, but he washes his hands like Pontius Pilate, and he says, I'm not doing this.
The Texas plaintiffs, with their vastly smaller damage award, have different priorities, and they don't want to divide the assets pro rata. They want to seize whatever they can get their hands on. They're much better off with the
that won't work. Never mind, I'm silly.
Texas, and so is Alex Jones, so that courthouse is local for them. They submitted their own brief reminding Judge Lopez how long Jones has dragged this thing out and urging the court to kick FSS to the curb. They said the court should order dismissal and deny the Connecticut plaintiff's conversion motion. The Texas plaintiffs have sat on their rights for nearly 2 years, hoping a consensual resolution would be reached where FSS meaningfully pays its judgment. Enough is enough. The Sandy Hook family should be allowed to enforce their rights so they can finally move on with their lives. And then, Jones himself moved to convert his personal bankruptcy to a Chapter 7 liquidation, as was his absolute right under law. Whether that's because he's already shifted enough of the assets to his father's name that he's ready to tap out, or because he saw the writing on the wall, it signaled that he finally understood he wasn't going to wring anything else out of the bankruptcy process and it was time to pull the ripcord. At a hearing on June 14th, Judge Lopez made the easy decision to convert Jones's personal bankruptcy to a Chapter 7. He really didn't have any choice. The law is clear on that one. Judge Lopez also appointed Charles Murray, an experienced bankruptcy lawyer in Texas, as trustee in Jones's Chapter 7 case. What to do about free speech systems was a much harder decision, not least because the grieving Sandy Hook families were divided. The day before that hearing, the Chapter 5 trustee, Melissa Hazelden, submitted a report detailing all the ways Jones was diverting assets from FSS. For instance, on June 1, 2024, Jones tells his followers that by supporting DrJonesNaturals.com, the viewers will be supporting Jones' family as the InfoWars story is, quote, overrun, done, and gone. Jones adds that his dad had set up DrJonesNaturals.com because his father knew InfoWars would be shut down and urges viewers to support his embattled family by purchasing from DrJonesNaturals.com and that DrJonesNaturals.com has, quote, emergency stuff backed up.
I swear when Liz was saying Dr. Jones, I think of I'm not going to do the voice, but it's very much a racist caricature of an Asian man saying Dr. Jones, but I hear that when she's saying that. I'm glad that he's being forced to sell this off. Alex Jones was spreading misinformation for a very long time, and he's being held accountable. You can't just talk shit for decades and get away with it, you know?
In fact, he was using every broadcast to send viewers to his father's store, explicitly directing them to send money away from FSS. The trustee also noted that Jones had returned to flogging conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook shooting, speculating on June 7 that there were multiple shooters and intimating on the air 2 days later that he would soon reveal to his listeners.
We will use Gazam
on June 10
for Iron Valiant,
saying the so-called Sandy Hook families are being used by the Justice Department, by the FBI, to be the front people for this. And Jones appeared to admit on air that he was attempting to download the InfoWars archive, which belongs to FSS and not him personally, potentially siphoning a valuable asset away from the company and its creditors. Hazelden noted that FSS content should not be used for any commercial purpose by any person other than the debtor. The value of any FSS property should inure were to the benefit of the debtor's creditors or Jones's impending Chapter 7 estate. And she highlighted the problem with dismissing FSS from Chapter 11 while Jones himself is in bankruptcy, because Jones is the sole owner of SSS, but his incentive is definitely not to conduct an orderly wind-down of operations for the benefit of his creditors. Hazelton worried that if FSS got cut loose, no one would be able to control Jones, and he would just steal everything that wasn't nailed down and then burn the place down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hazelton urged Judge Lopez to make really clear before kicking FSS out of court whether Jones would control the company as the 100% owner or Murray would control it as the Chapter 7 trustee in charge of liquidating Alex Jones's assets for the benefit of his creditors. And for the most part, Judge Lopez refused to do that. After a wrenching hearing that lasted for hours, he dismissed the free speech system bankruptcy, and he noted that all the parties were represented by experienced counsel, and so he wasn't going to micromanage the process, other than to order the FSS restructuring officer to turn control of the business accounts over to Murray as trustee rather than to Jones personally. And then, as soon as the dismissal order was signed, every single thing that Hazelton warned about happened in short order.
Oh,
Within
no.
2 hours of the FSS case being officially out of bankruptcy, the Texas plaintiffs marched into the District Court of Travis County, Texas, and attempted to seize FSS and all its assets. A judge in Texas agreed, signing what's locally referred to as a turnover order on June 24th. Murray, the Chapter 7 trustee, raced
We'll do
back to
that.
Judge
I think
Lopez
this will
with
be
an
fine.
emergency motion to clarify,
Fine.
by which he meant tell the state court and the Texas plaintiffs to stand down because all that stuff about we're all grown-ups here didn't work. Murray also asked the court to clarify that he was the one in charge of FSS's accounts, by which he meant, and not Alex Jones, in case he gets any bright ideas about paying his father or otherwise moving money beyond the reach of creditors. Unsurprisingly, the Connecticut plaintiffs agreed. They filed a motion supporting an orderly liquidation of FSS's
We'll do
assets
that.
and pro-rata distributions
No item
among
on
FSS's
Kazam because,
creditors that won valid
knockoff.
claims. They accused the Texas families of seeking preferential treatment and outsized recoveries. The Texas plaintiffs countered that Murray, as the trustee of Jones's personal bankruptcy, had no authority to run FSS, which is a corporation owned by but separate from Jones. They reminded the court that everyone involved had agreed
energy
that it was
ball.
time for
You
the
hate
Sandy Hook
it.
plaintiffs to pursue state remedies. And what else could state remedies mean besides collection actions in state court? They said, in many ways, whether the trustee or Alex Jones has management rights over FSS is a red herring. Even if this court holds that the Chapter 7 trustee controls FSS, that doesn't allow FSS to flout a state court order to turn over its property. FSS is no longer in bankruptcy. The automatic stay has been lifted. The parties are allowed to pursue available state court remedies. And the Texas plaintiffs are doing just that. At a hearing on June 27, a clearly exasperated Judge Lopez wondered in his typical fashion whether the Texas plaintiffs were being deliberately disingenuous or if he needed to draft his orders more clearly.
Yeah.
He stayed the state judge's order and explicitly granted Murray the authority to take the reins at FSS. In the short term, that meant inviting the dozens of lawyers and accountants and appraisers to submit their invoices and get paid.
Oops, I don't have any fighting moves.
Which makes
That's
sense
awkward.
if you think about it, since professionals would never agree to work on a bankruptcy case if they had to go to the back of the line and wait to get paid like everyone else. But the practical effect of that is that more or less all the cash in FSS's accounts will be gone before any of the Sandy Hook plaintiffs
Which
get paid,
is
which makes the
horrible.
disposition of the assets, both from FSS and Jones's personal bankruptcy, even more important. On August 22nd,
Oh,
Murray moved for a
come
court order
on.
authorizing the wind down of FSS. He said that he had been approached by multiple parties who hoped to purchase Free Speech Systems' intellectual property or
All right,
IP.
let's see.
Remember, Hazelton was worried that Jones would either expropriate or destroy the back catalog on his way out the door, and maybe the brand too. And that's why it was important, because those are where the value lies. Because irrespective of whether you think that InfoWars is toxic garbage, that stuff is
And yeah, that's a great point. He would rather destroy the company because if the company doesn't exist, the victims don't get any money. And while there could be other ways to extract money from Alex Jones, it's so petulant. It's, if I can't have this, no one can. And I'm gonna do a quick breb. I'm gonna save. We're gonna fight Koga after that. Alright, and we're back. I'll finish up the Koga fight, then we'll continue with what Liz is saying about free speech systems or whatever FSS is. And if they're able to actually hold him accountable, which he needs to be. Anyone saying stuff like that, especially when it's proven to be not true legally. Yeah, not ideal. Alright, so we know that it's gonna be, let me pull it up. Aerialate Swallow. We're gonna hit it with an Accelerock. We have Accelerock for Acceligor. Greninja has been proven difficult in the past. I have Cloyster for Drapion. I'm immune to crit. Iron Valiant. I'm using Gorbis. Toxtricity, I have several Mon for. If a Mon gives me the most trouble, I'm honestly expecting it to be Greninja and Drapion. Alright. Gonna save one more time. Go team. Not enough. Definitely annoying. I may have to reset and do a Shell Smash and do it. This is gonna be a knockoff, I think. Yep. Not ideal, but Ivy is down. Good. Oh, I don't have a way to get a clean swap, I don't think. Okay, this needs to miss. Or that's fine too. Okay, so I know what we're gonna do. Accelerock does not do enough damage without a held item that buffs it. So we're gonna redo that whole thing. Okay. I know it's technically Hardstone, but I was hoping it would be able to do enough damage on its own. Okay. Alright, let's run it back without screwing up like last time. Sadly, that very much was not worth it because I have to swap out and thus the Shell Smash is gonna be gone. Gazam. Moonblast. Huge. Drapion, we do need to swap out. This is unpleasant. Okay, so we're gonna... This is gonna be difficult, but hold on a second. This is where I need to be able to kill Drapion. Drapion has Choice Scarf, so he's always gonna be faster. And he has Sniper. I'm immune to crit, so it does cut a lot of the damage. I'm expecting him to just swap out here because Avalanche does double damage against someone who's already hurt you. Okay. That's... with double damage, that is still nowhere near enough. Okay, so swaps out from Drapion. Avalanche will do almost nothing because I haven't been hit yet. This is probably gonna be... It could literally be anything. Cloyster has F-all for special defense. So this is where it gets scary. I'm gonna protect just to get some health back. That was Dark Pulse. Man, this is not a great situation to be in. We'll go Psych. We'll Fake Out. Okay. Yeah, I did not really have a solution here. I feel very silly. Good enough, though. Okay. So, Exceligor is still in. I'm just going to give him a fat Aqua Jet. We're going to go into Nice. We're going to Accelerock. Toxtricity. We have something for this. This is probably going to be Overdrive. It could also be Boom Burst. Okay. Nice. We tanked the Hidden Power Grass. That's huge. So now we're going to go into Cloyster again. Cloyster with over like 200 something physical defense. Hell yeah, we got there. So as I suspected, Greninja I didn't really have a solid answer for, but we did it. Now we're off to deal with all the stuff at Cinnabon, i.e. Jasmine and May. Jasmine's going to be brutal because she's a steel trainer and I have no fire. So I'm going to be relying on ground and I'm going to be relying on fighting to beat it. All right.
FSS's most valuable corporate asset, and it's the trustee's job to get the best price he can for it. Murray proposed to hold 2 auctions. First, selling off the IP, and then selling off the rest of Free Speech Systems' assets, like the buildings and computers and corporate cars. On September 25th, Judge Lopez agreed. Under the terms of the order, anyone interested in buying the InfoWars IP will have to sign a confidentiality agreement and fully disclose the identity of each entity and each entity's shareholders, partners, investors, and ultimate controlling entities that are participating in the bid. So, if, say, Alex Jones's dad, Dr. David Jones, wants to participate in this auction and buy the company's assets, he'll have to disclose that. He cannot hide behind a nest of shell companies. Bids will be sealed and...
Accountability. Shell companies are very much a real thing. We saw this with the... Since it still hasn't been quote-unquote solved, the alleged paid Russian actors, i.e. Tim Pool and other talking heads... They're arguing that they were paid by more or less shell companies, so they never knew it was Russia Today paying them. Dummy corporations, shell companies, all it indicates intent. We want to cover our tracks. We want to obfuscate where the money's coming from. Consciousness of guilt, if it were like a criminal case.
Accompanied by a cash deposit equal to 10% of the purchase price. All bids must be in by November 8th, with the winners notified the following week. An auction for the other assets will be on December 10th under significantly less stringent rules. All you have to do is pony up your credit card number and a valid name, address, and email. So if you've got your eye on a used pop filter or a coffee mug from the InfoWars break room, now's your chance. Maybe pick up a case of super concentrated VasoBeat Complete while you're there, or an exclusive InfoWars limited edition proprietary 24-karat 999 pure gold collectible. But who would actually want to buy this stuff? Well, Jones seems to think that there are any number of patriots waiting in the wings ready to put cash on the table to keep InfoWars running as a conspiracy theory freak show. It's very cut and dry that the assets of Free Speech Systems, the website, the equipment, the shopping cart, all that can be sold, he said on a recent show, and they know full well that there are a bunch of patriot buyers, and then the operation could ease on. He did not say whether those patriots include his daddy or whether he intends to rely on the kindness of strangers. And to be clear, weird things have happened. In 2022, an anonymous donor dropped $8 million of Bitcoin into InfoWars coffers, which Jones pocketed. But if the IP isn't snapped up by one of Jones's supporters, it might well end up owned by his detractors. Independent media outlet The Barbed Wire is fundraising to purchase some of the FSS IP assets. Editor Jeff Rotkoff wrote, "We'd like your help to make some mischief by buying InfoWars and using it for our absurd, joke-filled progressive journalism purposes. Jones has said he hopes patriots will buy the company, keeping him employed and on the air. What if we do literally anything else with it?" There are a lot of ways this could go down, and don't forget, Jones's personal bankruptcy is still going on. Here's Jones crying on air in June about being forced to sell his ranch, something he blamed on the FBI, CIA, and the Democratic Party.
Okay, good.
We're gonna beat these people. Now I'm trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
No, they don't. They want to hold you accountable, you POS.
Sell that property. That's not a game he's going to continue to be able to play with Murray babysitting as trustee. In fact, as the parties were hashing out the details for
All
that
right,
auction
that's
of the InfoWars IP, Jones's only concern was protecting domains that contain his name, which he claims cannot be owned by any other than him personally, and his personal social media accounts. Murray explicitly excluded those things from the FSS IP auction, but he suggested in the hearing that he intends to revisit the issue when he disposes of the assets in Jones's personal bankruptcy. So if you ever wanted to buy
caught a
the Alex
Voltorb
Jones handle,
to get Life Orb
and
from Koga.
Remaining cases involving money Jones moved out of FSS when he realized he was about to get sued into oblivion. One alleges that Jones fraudulently transferred some $18 million to himself and to PQPR in anticipation of the litigation. That was originally filed in Texas state court and removed to the
I have to
federal
evolve
court.
it.
The
Right,
other case,
I forgot.
also filed by the Sandy Hook plaintiffs, alleges that the notes free speech system signed acknowledging that $54 million debt to PQPR were fraudulent and unenforceable.
There you go,
Remember,
very good.
That's the company wholly owned by Jones and his parents. Both cases are in front of Judge Lopez,
Oh,
who's
very good.
probably regretting his career choices about now. It ain't over till it's over, but we do appear to be entering the final inning. Thank God.
T. And after that, click on this box over here for more Legal Eagle.
But yeah, this has been going on for years, and while they're not at a point where the victims are actually getting money, we keep moving closer to it, and I love that. The billions and change that Alex Jones owes, whether in punitive or compensatory damages, is probably never going to be exacted, and I hate that. But they deserve something. They deserve more than they're sadly going to get. Hopefully you all enjoyed that video by Legal Eagle and Liz Dye. Legal Eagle has covered a lot of various cases. He covered what happened with January 6th. He's covered some fluff such as breaking down like Top Gun, all the laws broken in that, how historically accurate Phoenix Wright is, with a Japanese lawyer to break it down as well. What else has he covered? The Eric Adams corruption scandal, basically all things Donald Trump, various suits from Elon. So it's a good way to consume things happening in the legal world from yet another lawyer's point of view, you know? All right. Hold on a second. All right, there we go. All right, so we gotta build a team for Jasmine. It's 3 possible teams. They're all weak to fire, but I have no fire. So that means I'll have to more or less go with special fighting. But I think I finally have access to Keldeo because of Seafoam. So we're gonna try to get Keldeo first before I deal with Jasmine. Okay. And we're gonna get rid of Electrode because we don't need him anymore. That was just solely to get the Life Orb. Alright. I'm gonna want to lead with someone that's gonna make these fights less miserable. So probably a Ludicolo. Alright, let's see. There we go, that'll work. Alright. Wait, did I do that? No, I did not. Okay, there we go. I had to make sure I actually clicked it properly. All right. I may end up fighting Price, but I usually don't. I don't always need the choice scarf. It's the choice specs and the choice band that I like, because they are a significant boost to attack and special attack respectively. Since I'm here, I'll grab the Slowbro, but I'm probably not going to use it. What we do want, though, is Iron Bundle. The Water Ice Paradox Mon. Okay. I'll grab Walrein while I'm here, but because it doesn't have a priority move, we probably never use it. Okay. No. Okay. Don't need to name it. I also have to, I think it is in Seafoam. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not losing my mind. All right. Oh, Iron Bundle's Victory Road. All right. All right, so it'll be a minute until we get an Iron Bundle. So we don't even have to worry about the only thing we're trying to get realistically here is Keldeo, which is a static, so. All right, let's see. So yeah, we want to get Keldeo. It's a static. I just have to remember how to get there. All right. I know there's this puzzle. I think it was like this. Then you move this all the way down. You do that. You do that. I don't know if this gets me to the Keldeo, but it had to be done for something, from what I remember. All right. I almost never do Seafoam, so I don't. Oh, there's Keldeo. Perfect. Okay. Classic horse name, Bojack. This will be my lead against Jasmine because Aura Sphere, it's gonna do major damage. And hopefully we get the other two because Bronzong, while it doesn't have Sturdy, it is Psychic, so it's going to resist, and we don't want that. Alright, so now we can get out, which is fine. It's also very funny that Cloyster can teleport out despite being a giant clam. Like, that just doesn't make any damn sense, you know? Alright. Let me look at some other Ice Mon. Well, some Watermon. Just gotta figure out where it's gonna be. It's Poker Rider. Oh yeah, we want to grab Ice Spinner since we have access to Surf now. Alright. Yoink. And then we swim south so we don't have to actually do Seafoam. And it's what? Route 21? I guess? Oh, is it not Route 21? What route is this? Don't wanna. Nope. Cinnabon. Oh, it is Route 21, okay. I mean, that doesn't really help me, so I guess I'll just check deck snap from within the game. Problem solved like this. Okay. I'm gonna get Kingler because Mega Kingler is extremely powerful. I'm also gonna get Relicanth while we're here. So that's Good Rod and Super Rod. Okay. Let's see. Krabby. There's only one name for Krabby. Fun fact, I've never seen an episode of SpongeBob. It was popular at an age where it wasn't popular with like my demographic. So I looked down on it as like, oh, it's just a dumb kid's show. And that has something to do with my upbringing. All right, Mr. Krabs. Come on, there it is. I'm gonna grab Artillery just so I don't have to evolve my Remoraid. Oh, no. So Relicanth is rare. I can... Now that I think about it, I can't get it from the fossil, because while it is a fossil mon, I don't think it's the fossil mon from the fossil tutor. Alright. There we go. Let me check Night. Also save so I don't have to redo any of that. VOD friends, lurkers, hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. We're gonna beat Jasmine, we're gonna beat May, and we're gonna clear out the mansion because I need to get all those things done and I want to get more done if possible. Also, oops. That's fine. Alright, so we'll just fly back then. We're not missing anything. Well, while Blaine seems like it would be a cinch, he has enough grass moves to make up for, you know, water losing to grass, that it's still going to be difficult. Alright. Whalmer / Whale Lord. None of these are exciting. Let me check Night. Alright. Yeah, most of them are slow. Alright, we're fine then. So... Time Changer. Alright, let's get ready to fight Jasmine. How do I want to do this? Almost all the Mon are very bulky because they're steel. And I think at least one of them has an air balloon. Fairy loses to steel, so there's no way it's coming in. This is gonna be... Jasmine is gonna be difficult. Technically, I could use Flamethrower, but it's not gonna be stab, so it's not very exciting. Okay, let's see. How do I want to do this? We can use these hands. Fighting's fine. We're gonna use Lord Helix. We're gonna use Swampert. We're gonna grab Urshifu. We're more or less relying on fighting to do a lot of work here. I can get rid of Psych since they're bulky. As such, a Technician boosted Fake Out is not hitting very hard. Most of them are physical, so I'm absolutely grabbing Tauros with the Intimidate. And then I'm gonna grab Keldeo as well. That was the whole point, was grabbing Keldeo for this. Keldeo is also coming into E4 because it's one of the few, if only, water fighting mon that has high special. Okay. All right, very good. So let's see how we're gonna do this. I'm going to intend on leading with Bojack. We are gonna go the other one, Modest. Yep, okay. And if we get the Bronzong, we have to swap out. So that's basically fighting Psyshock, but with how bulky they are, it doing physical damage is not ideal. So instead we'll go Aura Sphere. We're not using Hydro Pump because of the low accuracy. I'm gonna keep work up for now. Okay. What else do we want? We are gonna grab Body Press because Tauros does have a really high defense stat. We're gonna keep that for now. We're gonna dish Scary Face. Back Wave because priority. Really nice to have. Okay. Fire coverage, hell yeah. So we'll do that over Taunt. I'm gonna throw Bulldoze on Tauros for now, in case it doesn't get something like Stomping Tantrum. I know that I could get the Earthquake TM, but I had to fight the Swampert kit for it. And I don't know if this Tauros is A, coming to E4, or B, could even learn it. Water's kinda useless here, so I'm not super excited about that. I think there is a Watermon, so having Thunder Punch isn't the worst thing in the world. We can get Surging Strikes back after this fight. Okay, good. So Bad Tantrum for Tauros instead of Bulldoze. I mean, some recovery, not the worst thing in the world. Okay, what else? And no. Actually, I will give it Taunt, just so I don't have to deal with Stealth Rock. We'll do that. Alright, so So realistically, that does what I needed to. That does need to change. That's fine. That's fine. That does need to change. That's also fine. Okay. We're gonna go for close combat instead. Okay. Shell armor, crit immunity is always really nice. Alright, let's run that and see how it goes. Alright, Jasmine. Jasmine has 3 teams. They're all steel. 2 out of 3 of them have sturdy. The one that doesn't have sturdy has levitate and is also psychic. Go team. So we did get the psychic one. So we're gonna taunt. It's probably gonna explode. So I'm gonna go with someone that I feel like I could risk losing. Alright, that's fine. Aggron. We do outspeed. We're gonna hit him with the biggest thing we have. Honestly, not the worst thing in the world. Okay, Kip. Very good. Does he have an air balloon? I don't remember. Let's check. So we got this team. He has leftovers. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go bulk up, earthquake. All right, Exadrill. I think he does have focus sash. Let's see. Oh, he has air balloon, but he's also faster, so I'm probably gonna not be able to go first. Instead, I'll go body press. Oh, nice. Okay, maybe we outspeed. We do not outspeed. That's okay though. We have Bojack with the vac wave. Magnezone is Thunderbolt and Bolts will hurt. So we're gonna go Aura Sphere. Very nice. Aura Sphere again. Actual first try, let's fucking go. Very huge, very powerful. So now we need to deal with May. And whatever I use needs to taunt so we don't get Stealth Rock. Okay. It's a rival fight. It's focus sash, of course. Could I do Urshifu for this? Maybe. Let's see. I could. Okay. I'm gonna ditch Fire Punch. Okay. Where? There we go. Focus Sash, so we hold on to it via whatnot. We're gonna grab Surging Strikes back instead. We're going to ditch Iron Head. We are also going to need something to deal with Blaziken. Okay. I'm also going to need Fairy. Let's see. So we're going to nix... We're going to nix Tauros. We're going to keep these hands. We're gonna keep Urshifu. We're gonna keep Swampert. We're gonna keep Keldeo. We're gonna ditch Omastar. We're gonna grab Swanna with safety goggles because I did that in mono flying. It's a great answer to the BS that is Breloom. And I'm gonna probably grab Gorbis. Okay, let's see. Where were you, Swanna? There you are, Swanna. Okay, nice. Okay. Cap is still 73. Safety goggles on Swanna. Okay. Air balloon on... Yes, air balloon. That way we don't get hit by earthquake. We lead with Billy. I think we can make that work, TBH. We save before we save before May, so we don't get locked into it. Taunt. So this is very likely explosion. Wait, no. It'll be the psychic move now that I think about it. Yep. Huge. All right. It's not super effective. We're going to go into Gazam. Dodge the dodge the fire blast. That was huge. Sadly, air balloon is gone, so we're probably gonna get hit with a fat earthquake. Okay, Swords Dance. Yeah, we're dead. But we have access to Billy, and we're gonna hit him with a... Oh, that's right. Surging Strikes is the always crit, not the always goes first. So what was I looking for then? Jet Punch, I think? Let's see. Yes. I could have sworn it got a priority water move that is better than Aqua Jet. Or maybe it is only Aqua Jet. I don't know. That was definitely an oopsie doopsies on my part. Good enough. Not ideal though. We're gonna go into Kip. No Thunderbolt, he's locked into it. We go into Swanna. Hurricane. We go into Kip. We go into Kip. Mega Swampert, extremely powerful. We love that. Level cap said 76, I think. So yeah, it looks like if I want that, I have to have Aqua Jet. I could have sworn that Urshifu had a better priority water move, and I was wrong. All right. Okay, but that's good to know. All right. So let me change this real quick. No, not you. All right. Yes, save. So now we're gonna make our way through the mansion. There are no Watermon here, so we don't have to worry at all, which is nice. All right, that's better. Yeah, for some reason, I thought Surging Strikes was priority. I feel silly. Let's get its levels up real quick, because I know the cap's higher now, and we want to be at level cap so we're not ambushed all the time. You know? Actually, I feel like close combat will be fine. Yeah, okay. I don't think there's anything here I can use, sadly. Let's check. I already have one, so never mind. That being said, once I have all 8 badges, I can get a Volcanion and it's the only fire water mon, so I pretty much have to bring it to E4. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Didn't need it. I don't always remember what they are. Thankfully, the moves are yellow Pokeballs instead of red ones. Don't need that. We already have all the Mega Stones. All right. We move either to the left or the right of the part we're about to go in so we don't trigger the other guy. Ah, very sneaky. Okay. Yoink. Now we dig out and we get ready to fight the 3 elite trainers before Blaine. All right. Thank you. So we know what that is, and it's not very fun because it's gonna be permanent sun. So that means we need at least 1 Drizzlemon, probably 2, for the sake of redundancy. All right. So it's these 3. So we're gonna start with whoever it is. We fake out first, we protect on first turn. We do not hold an item to avoid the knockoff. We absolutely need to set weather. All right. So right off the jump, I'm making sure I have 2 weather setters, and that's more or less not changing. There's enough grass in the Blaine fight that I'm not bringing in Swampert, sadly. I'm not going to use these hands. I'm probably not using Gorbis since Fire resists Fairy. We absolutely are bringing in Swanna. I'm very lightly bringing in Urshifu. I'll probably keep Keldeo for now. I want Nice because Accelerock, it's gonna be big damage, big priority damage against fire types. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Where's the other one? I think I'll start with 1 weather setter and see. Because if I go 2 weather setters, I have less room in my party for actual Mon to fight. Let's see. I'm gonna, let's see. Yeah, we'll stick to 1 weather setter for now. And we will grab... No, not Sven. I'm trying to figure out how I can best do this. It's gonna seem like a weird one, but we're gonna grab Cloyster because I shard. Alright, so we lead with Swanna. We hold no item. We protect first turn so we don't get faked out. Okay, let's see. Oh, it already has it. Even better. That's huge. Okay, so I'm confident that we can get past more or less these three relatively well. I'm in a decent place regarding dealing with chlorophyll and fire. All right. Yes. No. And this one is a trick question because technically it's Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, and also Politoad. So it seems like it would count, but it does not. And it's a little silly. Yeah. Okay, save. We need to get... Actually, no, now that I think about it, I'm gonna lead with Drizzler. So we do set the weather, guaranteed. I'm not gonna hold an item. I'm gonna protect first turn. Let me just... There we go. Okay. We'll ditch Ice Beam for this. Okay. Go, team. No fake out. We love that. That's huge. This will hurt, but thankfully, we're not dead. Huge. All right. No more chlorophyll for this Mon. We love that. Killed itself in a video game to confusion. Huge. This is probably E-Speed or Accelerock. Probably Accelerock, but I'm low enough that it could literally be anything. So I think I'm gonna go... Honestly, I'm gonna go Billy. Nice. We're gonna go Aqua Jet. Huge. Rhyperior. Close combat. Close combat again. Aqua Jet. Nicely done. Huge. Love it. It's about damn time that I get a batch where these guys are easier. Normally I have to make a team for each one of them due to how hard they are for me. Lycanroc is an issue because it's gonna do shenanigans involving Stealth Rock and Endeavor. So instead we're gonna lead with Urshifu and we're gonna do Surging Strikes and kill it that way. Alright. And then we need to get a rain setter in as soon as possible. Alright, go team. There we go. We actually, hold on, is this Drought or is it Solar Power? It's Solar Power. So we accept that Stealth Rocks is gonna really hurt, but the sun is gone now, which is huge. This is probably Icicle Crash. Honestly, that's fine though. We're gonna go in with Bojack and we're gonna Vac Wave. Gliscor. This is where we go into Cloyster because ground flying is 4 times weak. Nice. Almost good enough. So yeah, not bad. This one is a double battle. So we're gonna lead with Cloyster and Drizzler. And I'm going to grab a citrus berry for the cloister. It's gonna hurt a lot otherwise. Save. All right, go team, double battle, let's go. Okay. Ice shard. We need to make sure it dies. It has a focus sash, I think. Okay. Not bad. We lost one. We got rid of the weather. We're doing well. Let me grab nice. All right, so we're gonna Accelerock Volcarona. We're going to Scald the Exadrill. Huge. We Accelerock the Braviary. Huge. Massive. Okay? Now it gets more difficult because even with Rain Setters, we still have to deal with a Focus Sashed Mega Launcher Armor Rouge. Normally, I do a Darkmon Sucker Punch Focus Sash. So, do I have a Focus Sash? Not Focus Sash. Do I have a Sucker Punch Darkmon that doesn't suck? Let's find out. All right. 90. We are going Hisuian Samurott. I don't know if I have an Oshawott though, so we gotta check the box. Okay. I may not have an Oshawott. That will influence who I use, you know, otherwise. All right, let's see. All right. I do not have an Oshawott, so instead of that, I'm gonna make do with a Huntail. All right, let's see. We're not gonna use Bojack. We're not gonna use Cloyster. We're keeping Drizzler as a Rain Setter. We're keeping Swanna because no guard. We're keeping Nice because Accelerock. We are probably keeping Urshifu. Let's make this a Huntail. Alright. And it's Waterstone because Sunstone is Gorbis. But I'll save just in case I have that backwards. I don't want to screw myself, you know? I'm actually out of Waterstones now. Awkward. Let's go to the department store and fix that. We're also gonna grab the soft clay while we're here, or light clay, whatever it's called. It makes reflect light screen last longer. All right, Huntail. We don't care about bite, but we do care about Sucker Punch. We also care about Focus Sash because we need to not die. All right. And instead of Intimidate, I think we go with Defiant instead. Actually, no, we're gonna keep Intimidate to kind of dissuade it from going into Slitherwing. Slitherwing first impression would hurt a lot. Okay. So we'll go Adamant. That's fine. We more or less have all the moves we need on Conquerum. But I am going to also grab... Psychic Fang. Okay. And then let's grab... Aqua Tail, since I don't want to be doing damage to myself with Wave Crash. I think that'll more or less do what we need it to. That's the lead against Armor Rouge. We're very, very likely gonna be using our Swanner to deal with Slitherwing. We are very likely using Galissapod to deal with Executor. I have to get a whatnot though. I have to get Rain set though, because otherwise Chlorophyll, the double speed is going to be very scary. All right, so round. It's a 4 times effectiveness, so I don't feel super compelled to go all out and do Silver. So instead, we're gonna do Citrus. Iron Head first impression, Sucker Punch, Aerial Ace. I'd say that's pretty good overall. I might be able to have Aqua Jet by now, so maybe we do that instead. Let's see. I could have sworn it learned Aqua Jet. Maybe it's only from Fuchsia. Let's see. It is. Okay, that's huge. I still need to figure out a way to deal with, what's her face? Typhlosion. I think I can get rid of Iron Head. Alright. Who would Billy be used against? Dark fighting. No, water fighting. You're solved tentatively. You're solved tentatively. You're solved tentatively. Drought, definitely an issue. Ogre Pond is pretty scary. That's another reason why Bug / Flying is useful. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna go... I think we go Ludicolo with Swift Swim. We do still have Fake Out as well, so that'll be a way to deal with Typhlosion. I don't think I need Aura Sphere though. I'm not sure. What else can Ludicolo learn that I would want? I would normally fill the last one with Ice Beam, but Ice isn't gonna matter against Flyers, against Fire types. There's nothing really that exciting on it, so I think... I mean, I could go like hidden power ground or something. That wouldn't be like the worst thing in the world. I know what I'll do. I'll give myself Giga Drain again just for some level of recovery instead of Aura Sphere. There we go. Okay. And then I can't be doing any sort of protect stall shenanigans because I need to make absolutely certain that I get every use out of whatnot possible. We're gonna go Damp Rock on Pallet Pepper to get extra turns out of Rain Dance, aka Drizzle. Okay. Nice is gonna be... Choice Band, because we're going all in on Accelerock anyways. I have Recovery, so I'm gonna go Life Orb. And then for Swanna, let's see. I'm gonna go speed up and hopefully try to outspeed the Ogerpon. We also no longer need defog. So, Hurricane, Hydro Pump. We're not gonna do Blizzard. Instead of Ice Beam, we'll do U-turn to pivot out. Oh, I don't know. Brain, what are you doing, Brain? Move and learn. I'm actually gonna use Roost because losing the flying weakness is actually not a bad thing here. Okay. And then I think I'm gonna go no held item in case it's able to knock off. Like, just for some reason, I'm still not faster. All right, I think that's the team. Let's just double check everyone real quick. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yep. All right, let's do it. I would like to think this will be a easy Blaine, but Blaine is still a difficult fight. All right. I have to find a way to get Pallet Pepper in more or less as quick as possible to get rid of the sun. But then after Charizard comes in, I gotta swap in to get rid of the sun again. All right. Go team. So we Sucker Punch. We live at 1. Sucker Punch again, huge. In comes Ogre Pawn. He does outspeed, so I'm gonna get chip damage via Sucker Punch. Okay, that's fine. This actually gives me a good opportunity to set some Drizzle. He's gonna probably want to knock off. I'm gonna gamble on the Hurricane. Okay, huge. Okay, Charizard is gonna come in. He's gonna want to do Drought. Let's see. He probably goes Dragon Pulse because it's the strongest move Charizard has. So we're gonna go nice and hope he doesn't Solar Beam. He Air Slashed, okay. Accelerock, one hits Charizard, huge. We absolutely need to swap Drizzler back in to get rid of Chlorophyll. I don't love Giga Drain, but the big thing is he doesn't have double speed anymore. Random move. We're going into Surround. First impression kills because it's 4 times weak to bug. That's huge. Typhlosion. This is probably still a fire move because it will still be effective against a bug. So instead we go into Big Sip. We eat Eruption. We fake out because it's higher priority than Blazing Soul. He's no longer at full HP, so he doesn't have priority on his fire moves. He does outspeed though. So we're gonna go into Nice. We Accelerock. Kind of annoying that that didn't kill even with Choice Band, but it's fine because we fake out for the kill. Wow, I wasn't even at level cap. That's actually mildly awkward. So this is probably first impression or Flare Blitz. So I'm gonna go into Drizzler to set the Rain again. I'm gonna eat the Flare Blitz because I don't really care. And then we're gonna Hurricane. Actual first try. Fuck yeah, I love that. That is such a good way to go out for the night. Starting Monday, we will take on Cerulean Cave. We'll take on Claire. We'll do all our extra encounters. And then we'll get to E4. We want Rain, Lorelei, because we're also going to take advantage of Swift Swim. He wants to see a very powerful special attack Mon. So that's gonna have to be someone from the box, because I don't remember who is a good answer for that. No. I think it needs to be like 130 or something. No. Oh, it actually might be Greninja. No, not enough. Oh, it's not enough. I'm trying to think who I usually show Blaine for this. I don't know if 129 is gonna be enough. It might. Let's see. I'm gonna pretend it is gonna be enough. All right, let's see. Yes, that's huge. All right, choice specs, we love that. We are going to save here. We're going to wrap up with a Pallas Cat video, and then we're going to find someone to raid. Everyone who stopped by, such as Magica, Rabid Quail, I hope you enjoyed the stream. VOD friends and lurkers, I hope you enjoyed the content. The Legal Evil video with Liz Dye breaking down what's going on with Alex Jones and how they're going to extract money from him since he needs to be held accountable for the BS he was spouting. The Pallas Cats, me making my way through Mono Water and Rad Red, struggling obviously at Surge. I'm glad Blaine was first try. If there was a fight that was going to be easy, it was absolutely going to be Blaine. Alright, we save. Let's pull up one or two Pallas Cat videos, and then we'll round it out by rating someone who's playing Pokemon. Alright, what do we have this time for cats? Ideally, one that's like longer than 20 seconds. Let's see. This is a good one. This is going to be at the Nasu Animal Kingdom where Bull and Polly live. There's a seal exhibit next to them. And they're, on one end, it's Polly and Bull. On the other end, it's a seal being fed by people. And let's see how they react. This is going to be Bull reacting to seeing a seal. It buffers, so I'll restart it. You know that's Bull because he's on his trademark stump. He doesn't seem super phased, but he is definitely curious at what's going on. Enough that he's actually gonna get up from his stump and intently look at what's going on. He's such a good boy. I love Bull. Now for contrast, I'll show what it's like when Polly sees the seal. And then we'll show what Lev does. It all cues into their unique and different personalities, you know? And which we love, because cats are unique. And I love them all, regardless. But especially Pallas Cats. Okay, this is gonna be Lev meeting the seal. Lev is a lot more animated and curious. He realizes the seal's food. The twitchy tail the whole time, very adorable. I love when they do the window wiping. It's so precious. Yes. Compared to Bull, he's a lot more interested in what the seal's up to and is willing to move along with the seal. This gives me time to find the, when Polly meets the seal. Lev would devour the seal in one bite if he was given the opportunity. Lev's a kind soul, but he's also very hungry. And all of these are at the Nasu Animal Kingdom in Japan. And then this is Polly meeting the seal. Just gotta wait for it to finish buffering. Right off the jump, she's already doing window wiping with her paws. Not pleased that this animal that's not her is being fed. Oh, the seal's gonna do some barking. Now remember, fully grown, the Pallas Cat is only 4 to 5 kilograms, so it is a very tiny creature. Though it does look pretty tall standing on its hind legs. Meanwhile, that seal's getting just all the fish. Oh. All right, then we'll wrap it up with one more Pallas Cat video. Let's see which one. I think this is Grusha attending to his cardboard business. Grusha is another Pallas Cat. I believe he lives in a zoo in Hokkaido, up north in Japan. Grusha is part of the Flower Five. I think it's Grusha, Iris, Lotus, and the other two are escaping me right now. But yes, this is Grusha working on his cardboard business. He's making sure your package arrives on time. He's such a good boy. I love him so. I love the white socks as well. He also loves his burlap sack. So expressive. Grushi's such a good boy. And he actually has ears in this one, whereas people are always stealing his ears in other photos and GIFs. Truly one of God's finest creatures. Let's find someone to raid now. All right, let's see. We're gonna make sure they're actually playing so I don't raid a dead channel. All right, let's see. There is not much going on. Pretty much everyone and their mom is doing some sort of Super Kaizo. We'll go with this. All right, let's see.
Baby bird. All right.
That works. All right then. All right, so hopefully you all enjoyed me getting to and beating Blaine in Rad Red 4.1 Mono Water. Starting Monday, we take on everything within Cerulean Cave. We fight we fight Claire. We fight the rivals. We get to the end of Victory Road / Indigo Plateau. We save to get the Rain Team. We rely on Swift Swim to outspeed. I'm not sure how we're beating Mega Swampert yet, since as much as I'd love to bring Ludicolo in, the issue there is it's going to get torn apart by all the flyers on the tail end of E4. After that, maybe we play some Emerald Rogue, maybe we play a different Pokemon game, or I might just jump into another monotype from Rad Red. As I said earlier, it's going to be mono normal. That way, if Dr. Justice is watching the VODs or decides to stop by, he'll be able to see the monotype that he wanted to see. I hope everyone has a good rest of your Wednesday into next Monday. I hope you're all able to stay safe. None of you or your loved ones are affected by Hurricane Milton. And I will keep everyone in my prayers because that's important. There's so much that we can't control. And hopefully you all enjoyed the content. We're going to raid this person and hopefully they're still actually online. They are. Awesome. Good. Take care, everyone. And lastly, since I did forget to mention it one more time, every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, crime coverage, Pallas Cats, and Pokemon.